Vero che avanti in realtà anche per punto di ho visto il primo era il primo
Guten Morgen, liebe Sachsenring-Fans, liebe MotoGP-Fans. Es ist Zeit für den letzten Rennsonntag vor der großen Sommerpause. Herrlich, dass ihr da seid. Ihr heizt das ganze Wochenende ja schon irre ein. Jetzt bitte auch bei der Rider Parade. Wir laufen auf dem internationalen Weltsignal, also switchen wir jetzt mal rüber ins Englische. And therefore, I want to welcome our international audience. Hello, everybody. Let's get this Rider Parade started here at the German GP at the Sachsenring. Let's have a look over here and let's start with Pecco Bagnaia waving to the crowd. Pecco, so good to see you here at the Sachsenring. You became a dad 2 weeks ago. Please tell us, how was it to come back from Assen and to meet little Olivier?
Fantastic, absolutely. I forgot completely that I needed to start doing the race, but let's start to focus on today. That it will be long, tough. 3 riders are making a difference, but the battle for the fourth place is there, so we need to be focused.
How much sleep did you get during the last 2 weeks?
A lot.
So he's a nice, cute little baby, yeah?
Yeah.
So again, what's the plan for the race? Yesterday in the sprint it was P10, so P7
He's starting well today.
because of the crash, sure.
Today I start 9th, so I need to, from the inside, start as well the same and try to overtake as soon as possible. I just try to focus and be close to the first place.
Perfect. Thank you so much and all the best, Pecco Bagnaia. Let's move on over here and talk to Pedro Acosta for a little bit. Pedro, so good to see you here at the Sachsenring. How was it out there yesterday being the best KTM?
Well, it's true that it was not an easy race, but I was able to see how Ducati was managing with Pecco for this. I think today will be a bit better. It's true that will be anyway a tough race with the rear tire, but I think we can make a good race.
Only 11 days ago you had that surgery, the carpal tunnel or arm tunnel surgery. How is it going so far?
Super happy about how it's going. You know, it's true that I have a bit of pain in the braking points, like 10-1 and 10-12, but anyway, we have a good pace for this. Let's see.
Can you just show us the scar or like the bandage?
Now I have this for this. Anyway.
Always covered, right, to protect it?
Yeah.
Perfect. Have a good race. Thank you so much, Pedro Acosta. And now let's talk to Jorge Martin for a second. Jorge, leading the championship in this season, and now here you are at the Sachsenring. What's the plan for you?
Well, the plan is to do the best race that I can, for sure. It's been a weekend that I'm struggling a lot with the front, and yeah, we are improving. Let's see what's in the race. I hope to make a good start and then try to with the front guys.
I've seen you snacking around at Media Center yesterday, eating a nice Würstchen. That's how we call it in German. Did you like that one? Würstchen.
Würstchen, yeah, I love it. I will eat that out after the race. Thank you.
Let's just talk about Marco Bezzecchi for a second. He had this bad accident yesterday in the qualifying. How is he doing right now? Are you guys in contact?
Yeah, for sure. It's a pity that we have Marco in that situation. I think he more my strength. I know what it is to go through that difficult time and period, and yeah, he will come back stronger, I think.
Thank you so much. Have a good race today. Next one is Alex Marquez over there. Alex, so good to see you. You had a bad accident a few weeks ago. Maybe you can show us your arm. What about your physical condition here at the moment at Sachsenring? Yesterday was a pretty good race for you.
Yeah, yesterday, I was so happy. Today we have again a great opportunity, but I mean, yeah, from ASEAN injured, I'm 100% recovered. From the Carolina 1 still I'm trying to recover, but anyway, I'm feeling day by day a little bit better. One the last race. really emotional, and after those injuries that I have after Le Mans and after Catalunya, so it was really emotional, and today again we started with first and second and we play over.
Do you know what? I remember last year we talked about you moving out of the house you shared with Mark. So how is living without him now? He's taking care of his pool and his garden, because I thought that was your job.
I think he's sometimes when I went to his home, I see the garden or the swimming pool a little bit bad, and then I call the guy, to taking care and all that. But for the rest, everything is going good. We are training together every day, so we are not living together, but nearly living together.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and have a good race today. Let's move on talking to Cal after talking to Jack Miller. What about the physical condition, your fitness level? How could you adapt to the bike already?
Yeah, it's not easy. That's sure. I think after so long off, not racing or testing, it's difficult. Physically, it's difficult. There's no doubt. But enjoying it. Pleased to be and proud to be asked to come back for some racing. But I think today will be a long, tough race. 30 laps around around Sachsenring. It's a great circuit. We always have a great crowd here. But yeah, it'll be good fun hopefully.
Are you a soccer fan?
Yeah, of course.
So how long will
No, I didn't stay up because in the World Cup there's been loads of games and stuff like that. But yeah, it was bad timing for us really. But really pleased England won. We're going to take on the reigning champions next in Argentina, and then we'll get the job done in the final as well.
congrats on reaching the semi-final?
No, I would eat that, but at the time I was just not hungry. But that's like my normal food.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Enjoy the race today. And let's talk to that guy here in the corner of the back, to Jack Miller, with a big smile on his face. Jack, it's Sachsenring.
Nice to have them what feels like you're in a stadium. So it's a pleasure to be back here, and I've always had good support here in Germany. So have a good day today.
So when it comes to the atmosphere, it's definitely in your top 3 then?
Yeah, honestly, it will be well and truly on the podium. If not, for me, it's a close second behind Phillip Island. Obviously, doing a home Grand Prix for me, but this feels good. You see the flags. We have a lot of support. It's always a good one. Very close. I know we had a good day there, so I love coming to Asia, and hopefully we'll have a decent day today.
What do you think about the crowd here at Sachsenring, the German fans? Maybe you've been to the event yesterday to the Karthalle. There was such a nice party going on.
I tell you, at 1 o'clock this morning when I was listening to all the music, I was considering putting on a hoodie and going to join because I couldn't sleep anyway. So maybe next year.
Perfect. That's a good plan. Thank you so much. Enjoy the race. Let's move on and talk to Fabio Quattararo. Fabio, how is it going so far here at Sachsenring in the best Yamaha yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it can go better, of course, but I think considering what we have, we managed to get the best as possible.
I think top 10 was your goal yesterday. What's your goal for today's race?
Trying to make the same. Realistically, we know that there is some people in the back that are going faster on the pace. So just trying to maximize our package and do our best.
Thank you so much and enjoy the race. Next one is Toprak on the Toprak. Sorry for drinking. It's pretty hot today. What about the conditions?
This condition is not bad. It's better than Assen. Assen is incredibly hot. Now it's much better. But the more difficult one managed to rear tire because the race is 30 laps and very difficult for everyone. I'm just thinking to how is the manage to tire 30 laps. We will see. It's very hard race for everyone, I think.
What do you think about Sachsenring? I think you have some pretty good old memories, right?
Yeah, 12 years ago, yes, I have a really nice memories here. But, now we are with the MotoGP bike, this one's very difficult. I like this track, but now I need to manage the tire because my biggest problem now the tires. Because yesterday, in the end, I lose my momentum because the tires drop a lot. Anyway, we will see today. I'm just trying to improve every session. And now it's very important money, tire manage. I hope we are doing some special results today.
What about your German skills? Are there any sentences or words you can say?
I like the German people because they are very crazy. They are also follow the all motorsport. This is really nice. And when I'm first time racing in the German championship, the R6 Cup, I learned just saying Achtung Fahrerlager because in the paddock everyone say Achtung Fahrerlager, Achtung Fahrerlager. I learned this. And yesterday also we are with fun zone, I say Achtung Fahrerlager. This is really nice, but I'm really enjoying here. I hope we are doing some really special results.
Perfect. And one more question, because I just noticed that the dog of Marc Marquez is called Turco. Did you know that? So what an honor, huh?
Yeah, I'm talking with him about this because I'm a Turco. The dog is Turco. But the Turco is, he's explained why it's coming the Turco because in Spain, Turco is really now I don't remember a lot, but they are explained, this is coming from Spain. And yeah, I know, I'm talking with him beginning the season. And I hope one day I see this dog.
Perfect. I think we can arrange that. Thank you so much. Have a good race. Let's move on. And Ayobura is next. It's so good to see you. You are the newest member of MotoGP race winners. It was the race win for you in Assen. Did that give a special boost for you?
Probably, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
So how do you like Sachsenring?
It's not really my type of track. I'm not a big fan of this kit, but yesterday I did a good ride, so yeah, I expect something more from today's race, but yeah, we'll see.
So what do you expect if you expect something more? What's the goal?
For sure we'll look for a better position than yesterday, but the riders who finished from me yesterday, those guys seems that is really strong in this track, so yeah, it's hard to beat those guys, but we'll try.
I prepared a very small Q&A for you, okay? It's just a quick question, quick answer. So, helmet or fishing hat?
How much? What?
Helmet or fishing hat? I know that you're into fishing.
Second one.
Fishing hat. Ocean or lake?
Lake.
Gym in the morning or in the evening?
Morning, probably, yeah.
And if you could choose tennis with Jorge Martin or Pilates with Fernandez?
Tennis with Jorge.
Pretty good. Thank you so much and have a good race today. And for now, I think it's time to talk to the king of the ring, to Marc Marquez. Marc, amazing race yesterday. You're back at the Sachsenring, your special Grand Prix, and it's possible today to reach the triple again, right?
Let's see. We are working for it, and we will try to do our best, of course, and will be not easy because as we saw yesterday, Alex and Lisa, they were pushing me a lot, and yeah, I try to take the victory, but today will be even more difficult. But let's see if in front this amazing crowd I can do a great race.
It could become your 10th victory here at the Sachsenring, and you could equal the record of Giacomo Agostini, who did it in Finland. What does a number like that mean to you?
Too many numbers, and yeah, 10 victories in one circuit can be a very good achievement. But at the moment I have 9, so let's see. I don't want to speak about it.
We have some special liveries here at the track, for example, the Grusini one. Do you like it?
Incredible. I mean, incredible because it's like a deja vu. When I was a kid and sitting and just following Sete Gibernau, Marco Melandri, all these amazing riders. Even Dajiro Kato was riding a similar livery. So yeah, one of the nicest ones.
being the king of the ring here at Sachsenring, and do you have any German skills?
Any?
German skills. What can you say in German?
Dankeschön and ich liebe dich Sachsenring.
That's what we want to hear. And I think I want to teach you a new one, which is läuft bei mir, which means it's going pretty well at the moment. Läuft bei mir.
No,
Läuft bei mir.
no by me. It's difficult this one, eh? What means exactly?
It's going pretty well at the moment. That's what it means.
Let's see. I hope. I will like to. I will try to continue.
And you know, one last one, because I already talked to Toprak about his name as Turco and your dog having the name Turco, so I think it's to honor him, right?
Yeah, I mean, I say the first time when I meet him after have the dog, I say, you are the Mr. Turco. He's the Turco Junior, but yeah, I mean, he can be proud because he's a very smart dog. So he's a border collie. So Toprak is a super nice guy and a very smart too.
And he told us he wants to meet him, you and the dog, so you should just take him for a walk.
Of course, sure.
Have a good race, Mark. Thank you so much. Who is missing? I think Maverick Vinales is missing, for example. Maverick, so good to see you here at the Sachsenring. Yesterday you had some issues with the bike. What's the plan for today's race?
Well, we changed a little bit the setup, trying to find a better feeling with the bike, especially with the front. We are suffering a lot on the front feeling, and I think we didn't step on the warm-up. So actually, we need to try to build up a good race. But however, my mission is trying to understand. The fans are crazy here.
They are so crazy. It's so loud here in that corner, right?
Yes. But we are trying to understand how to improve, and actually very happy. Thank you.
Have a good race, Maverick. Thank you so much. Franco Morbidelli is also missing. Picking up you guys for a second. Franco, how do you like Sachsenring?
I love it. It's beautiful to be here with the nice weather and the scenario, the people, also the track. It's amazing.
In the warm-up, your teammate Fabian Giannantonio, he had a crash. How is he doing? Because I think you just met him in the box after the warm-up.
He's in a little bit of pain with his shoulder, I think. I don't know how it will progress.
But you're doing pretty well today, right?
I'm doing very good, yeah, I'm fine. We're starting from P9. Hopefully we're gonna have a good start and a smooth race.
What would be a satisfying result for you today?
We're aiming for the top 10. I think we can do it. Let's see.
Thank you so much and have a good race. And we did also not talk to Luca Marini so far, but he is here with us right now, and it's a bit windy up here on the track. Luca, what's your plan for today's race here at the Sachsenring? What do you also think about the condition?
No plan at the moment. For sure the start will be the key of the race. It's very difficult to overtake in this track, and the pace from the 8 to the 12, 13 is very similar. So this is what is our target. We will try to push a lot at the beginning of the race and then to manage also the tires, because this track is always important.
If you rate the Sachsenring, is it a track you really like, or?
Yeah, it's a really unique track, so you'll find some beautiful points, and obviously there is Turn 11 that is one of the best corners in the world, so it's beautiful. When it's hot, that you are not worried about the front tire is fantastic.
It's the last race before the summer break. Any plans?
Not yet. For sure I will be a little bit at home with my family and to enjoy and relax there.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and have a good race today here at the Sachsenring. Is there anyone missing? Because the track is about to stop. Riders will leave the track right now for the hero walk down there at the Karthalle. Alex Rins, just for one last quick word before you leave the track. What's the plan for today's race? What about the conditions?
It will be long. Luckily there is a bit of wind that keeps the track a little bit more not so warm. But yeah, it will be very long.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Enjoy the hero walk right now and the race later. So thank you so much, guys. Thanks for the rider parade. Enjoy our German GP here at the Sachsenring. Best weather, best conditions. So let's go. Thanks for your help.
First time for Sachsenring with the MotoGP bike. I think that maybe you will natürlich natürlich an deinem Weltmeisterschaft 8 Fahrer innerhalb von 74 Punkten. Vier Fahrer special tradition in China. Da unten ist ganz viel los. Und er hat, glaube ich, Musik in den Ohren heute. Nachdem. Also, ganz cooler Typ. Der Weltmeister und WM.
The aim of the game, taking the tight and twisty Sachsenring is the 28th finish of the shorter track on the calendar, and it's all eyes on Marc Marquez to see if he can complete back-to-back win doubles in Deutschland. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good morning and welcome to what is a glorious Sunday morning here in Eastern Germany. Welcome one and all to the Liqui Moly Grand Prix of Germany. It is the 11th chapter of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. And later on this afternoon in the full distance 30 lap MotoGP race, Marc Marquez will watch to once again Stanford authority all over the Sachsenring from pole position yesterday. The reigning world champion on the factory Ducati won the two slow sprints, and this afternoon he looks to go into double figures in terms of MotoGP victories here. 9 previous successes at his beloved Sachsenring. Marc Marquez, the overwhelming massive favourite, to make it a perfect 10 later on this afternoon. Jorge Martin, the factory Prix rider, leads the MotoGP World Championship by 11 points going into this afternoon's action, and unfortunately, sadly, his teammate Marco Besek sidelined from today's action. Into crash yesterday at turn 7 is ruled out Bears with a left collarbone fracture. So going alone for the factory Prix team is Jorge Martin, who of course for the former Moto3 World Champion himself. And as always, getting the action underway on our race day number 11, it is the rising stars of the future. We're set to do battle around the Sachsenring over 23 laps before we head off on our welcome 3-week summer break. What is not in any kind of dispute is Max Chiles will definitely be heading on his holidays. Very, very happy in Matula. What I can see this afternoon, because he comes into this round 11, 90 points. Yes, you heard that right. 90 points clear of Alvaro Carpe in second place. The world champion leader, the dominant world champion leader. Ahead to second row, beginning fourth place. Brian Uriarte, Marco Moroni, and Hakim Danish. Very much an international flavour to our front row of the grid this afternoon. Spain leading Argentina and leading Malaysia. All the action getting underway then this morning. Thank you as always for joining me in the company of close to the coach box. Jack Appleyard down pit lane. Brian Uriarte then on pole position for the first time. In his Moto3 career, he's had front row, he's had Grand Prix wins, another box tip for the impressive 17-year-old from Bradley Cage Meyer. 68th different rider in Moto3 to start on pole position, the 7th different rider on pole this year.
A very recent Red Bull Rookies winner around the Sachsenring too. So we're talking course of distance. Dan Uriarte knows exactly what it takes to win here at the Sachsenring. Could potentially, if the results go his way today, head into the summer break as Max Chiles his closest championship rival. That is currently Uriarte's teammate Alvaro Carpe. 22 busy laps of the Sachsenring in Moto3. The World Championship leader Max Kiles is right behind that old rookie front row in fourth. Some of his big farm, straightforward weekend for him.
Oriarte's not with a front running lately. He's led in fourth in the last 5 Grand Prix. The only one who didn't lead in that sequence was the Hungarian Grand Prix at Peloton. Will he be able to get his nose in front at the start of this 23 lap Grand Prix? So your runaway leader is Kiles, 211 points. He's taken from the opening 10 Grand Prix. Quite a remarkable record. Last time out in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands, it was a 6th win of the season, 9 podiums in the opening 10 Grand Prix. Those 211 points after 10 rounds was the most in Moto3 history at this stage of the season. There's only dropped 39 out of 250 available so far this year. Over the 18-year-old, this will come as no great surprise. 9 points after 10 rounds, the biggest leading margin in Moto3 history. It's going to take some serious stopping this. I mean, somebody's going to have to have a blinding second half to this #3 World Champion campaign. Actually, not just beat Kiles, but to get anywhere near it.
Kiles is going to have another of all practices in the second half of the season, and there are no obvious signs at the moment of Max Kiles doing that, because he has been uber consistent on Sunday morning so far this year. Podium finishes in 8 of the 11 Grand Prix that the tag we've had so far, so this round 11 is the halfway stage of the season. As mentioned though, so far this weekend, we've got a couple of points on Kiles. Okay, crash early on Friday afternoon. That's it for the first time this year. Put Kiles in Q1.
Big start lap time video at all on Friday. We should mention, when we're talking about the championship battle in Moto3, unfortunately, once again, we are missing the rider third in the standings. A big home Grand Prix, of course, for the Liquid Moly Dynavot team. Well, their star rider, David Almanza, is sadly sidelined. Illness once again is ruling out the Spaniard. More on that very, very shortly, because we'll go down to Jack on the grid with Yusai Yamanaka, his best qualifying since round 2. Actually, Yang in Brazil. The Japanese rider 9th in the back of the 3rd row. Good morning, Jack.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. Good morning, like you say, what a great weekend it's been so far. A real return to form. I imagine you're really excited to get stuck into this lead group.
Yeah, the race will be long, so try to focus from the beginning, because they are fast from the beginning, so I think it's important to stay on drop from the beginning, so I try my best.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to the 23-year-old Japanese rider Yusai Yamanaka. He's finished all 10 Grand Prix so far this season, points in 5, but no higher than 11th in Le Mans. He did lead 5 laps here last year, though, only the 3rd time in his Grand Prix career that Yamanaka has actually led a Moto3 battle. This is going to be his 126th start.
Here's his teammate, Hakim Danish, who took the start in the first half of his rookie Moto3 season. You can see a couple of highlights on the bottom of your screen. The podium back in Magello, and of course victory in Bordeaux. Can you back that up with a second one today here at the Sachsenring? He's talking now.
Yeah, Hakim in absolutely brilliant form at the moment, with podiums, victories to your name. Can we add another one today?
Yeah, I think today will be not easy to do it, but it's not impossible, but I try to do it again.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Been having a good crack at it, isn't he? The Malaysian, who was impressed in his first full season. Full time this year, he's qualified on the front row of the grid. 6 top 10s in the opening 10 Grand Prix for Hakim Danish. That's why he's doing something for a brilliant 6th place overall in the World Championship. So Brian Ariarte then on pole position. Marco Morelli going from that front row. Here's Matteo Bertelli. He had a good weekend from level of 88 KTM. 7th, he heads that 3rd row of the grid. Bertelli, that's his best qualifying in the 14 Grand Prix since Phillip Island. Points in 7 of his last 8, only 2 top 10s with his Le Mans podium and 8th in Austria.
The first Grand Prix start today for the Italian. 1 row ahead of him, where we find Alvaro Carpe. Can he make some crucial championship rounds up on Max Kiles ahead of the summer break? Alvaro, good job.
Yeah, he is indeed. Big race ahead with the summer break looming. Alvaro, this looks like it's going to be a big duel out there. What is going to be key to the race?
The key will be the tire, the rear tire for sure. I don't know how will we arrive to the finish to the last lap, but the rear tire will suffer a lot. For sure, the left part of the tire, I think will be the worst.
especially after lap 12 already, lap 15. The pace will drop a lot, and a lot of riders I think will drop from the group. Will be a very important key to have in mind, because it's very difficult to ride here with the used tire.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This is the great World Parfait. Thanks very much. Second started and finished the Grand Prix here fifth last year, despite a long lap. Pretty responsible riding. Double up Mansour. Not be very first. But as you mentioned, there is now Mansour, unfortunately, in this Grand Prix. The only session he's done this weekend was F15 yesterday morning. Missed the whole of Friday. That lay low. It's a little bit of a recurrence of the potential lifeless problem. What about the Italian Grand Prix? So Noel Mansour, both Davidinas scored as well. For looking at the right into a bit of a curse in their Moto3 focus right now. As good as the German squad is doing in Moto2, will all be the good fortune that's going the way the Moto2 boys are Dynamo. It's certainly not the same for their Moto3 squad.
The sole rider on the grid this afternoon is Marcos Ariarte, who has been in time for 20 on the grid. One other absentee to draw your attention to ahead of the Grand Prix. Germany is Richie Moody, who crashed in qualifying back in Assen, missed that Grand Prix. He also missed this one. For a Grand Prix debut for the 18-year-old Colt Seville, Eddie Gutierrez, Colt Motorsports.
Well, Max Quiles has been so good so far this season. Has been 9 podiums in the opening 10th round. He's fourth in the grid, which is a couple of places. To honest, Mark Conradi, I'm sure there's big hopes for more asphalt. So let's hear your thoughts for Bob. He goes for all.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago in Assen, Nico, you wanted a double podium, you got a double podium, you got another great chance today. Marco on the front row, Max here on the second row, but 2 crashes this weekend for Max. How will that affect his confidence?
He's one rider that he don't lose confidence in his credit, a little bit like some riders, but he has something special that he always push 100% and has a very good feeling. We'll be see today because not easy here in Sachsenring also to manage the tire at the end of the race, but we have both riders ready to battle for podium. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks to Nico to only the second front row start for 19-year-old Murray. The best ever qualifying, second in the grid. He was third early on this season in Le Mans. He kicked the first Argentinian in history. Got back-to-back podiums for the lightweight world championship after his third place last time out over the Netherlands.
So Cormac Buchanan's best ever qualifying came 1 year ago here at the Sachsenring. He hasn't quite matched that this weekend, but it is a best qualifying of the 2026 season for the young Kiwi in desperate need of a big result. It has been a top second season at this level for Cormac Buchanan, but on that fourth row of the grid, a potential today for Cormac to challenge for his first top 10 finish in the Grand Prix since this race last year.
Over to Oceana here to that fourth row. Buchanan, one place the Kiwi ahead of Joel Kelso for Grid Racing Honda. Joel Kelso, the 23-year-old Australian, that's his lowest qualifying since the Open Grand Prix in Thailand. 8th place last time out for Kelso over in Assen. That was a beautiful best result of the season. And his third top 10 in 11 rounds since quarter out last year. Confident he's got the pace to fight his way through. That's the rider from Darwin.
Big riders to watch right behind Kelso too on that fifth row of the grid. 2 hot rookies on Hondas, Veda Patama and Casey O'Gorman. They start 13th and 14th. Respectively. Veda Patama, who's another rider who's Red Bull rookie success to draw upon from the past around this circuit. He was fastest on Friday actually on the Honda Team A's machine. Couldn't quite concentrate back into the top 10 qualifying. Here he is on the number 9 bike. But expect him, as he so often does, we saw it until he crashed in Assen, he often rockets up the order when he qualifies fourth.
7th World Championship, level on points with Hakim Danish. No points, selling 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix. For the 17-year-old, he has though got 5 top 5 finishes so far this season. So when he is in the mix, he does tend to figure prominently at the conclusion to Grand Prix. 14th on the grid then, alongside another Honda rider, Patama, is 658 squad, of course, the rider Casey O'Gorman. The ride last time out wasn't getting asked for O'Gorman's first time as Grand Prix career. He did set the fastest lap, 10th with his 5th top 10 in 10. So he's got race pace, clearly O'Gorman. He needs to just be a little bit more sharper on Saturdays in qualifying. Result for O'Gorman, fast lap under his belt in Assen. Front row of the grid then, ahead of this 23-lap Moto3 race here in Germany. Hakim Danish on the front row for Malaysia. Going to back-to-back podium finishes is Marco Morelli on the Aspar KTM. All KTM knocked out of the top 7 place on this grid, with Brian Uriarte for the very first time in his Grand Prix career. Firing away from pole position. One heading to the summer break with 25 points locked in the pocket to strengthen his challenge to second in the World Championship. Uriarte on pole here in Germany.
Well, the rookies ran riot in qualifying yesterday. Can they do the same on Sunday at the Sachsenring? It's Brian Uriarte from a maiden pole in Moto 3 ahead of Marco Morelli. Career best 4 points for him. A 4th top 3 qualifying in the season for Happy Danish in 3rd. 2 crashes this weekend, but Max Kieber still came through Q1 to 4th on the grid ahead of Alvaro Carpe and Rico Sahara, career best 6th. Matteo Bertelli's best of the season 7th ahead of Jesus Rios and Yusei Yamanaka. Adrian Fernandez has qualified 10th for the second Grand Prix in a row. He's ahead of Cormac Buchanan and Joel Kelso. Veda Patama was fastest on Friday. He's 13th ahead of O'Gorman and Esteban, with Eddie O'Shea, Adrian Cruces and Scott Hoffman together on row 6. Perone, Uriarte, the sole intact rider, and Leo Ramastorfer on row 7. That's Ramastorfer's best since Brazil. Guido Pini, his worst since Argentina last year, 22nd on the grid, ahead of Eddie Gutierrez and Ferraro. A reminder that David Almanza does not take part to it.
So Campac Chile has become just the 7th rider in Moto3 history to win 10 or more Grand Prix. Can he join a club which features double alongside Mario Finati, Juanne, Jose Antonio Rueda, Dennis Foggia and Jaume Masia? He's got a great chance at it. That's Quiles. He was second in the Grand Prix here last year, leading for 7 laps earlier on in the Grand Prix.
Riders about tyres, and that is reflected in the tyre sheet. The vast majority of the field have gone for the conservative option, medium front, medium rear. Just 3 riders have gone for the soft work. That is Rios, Kelso, and Ferraro, but we're all on Hondas.
Kelso 12th. Well, did qualify in 22nd place. He got busted with a 12th place grid penalty. That's so he's right at the back. Owen sectors in Q1 yesterday. Second offence, and he was dumped with a 12th place grid penalty. Didn't have any kind of significant impact on the top positions ahead of this Grand Prix of Germany. It's really led away then for the first time by Brian Uriarte, who has shown some top form, hasn't he? Showing exactly why Red Bull KTM wanted to get him on one of their motorcycles in 2026. Another rising star of the future. The rider, the top talent off a seemingly endless production line of young, hot Spanish talent. Comes to the front row of the grid then, but Rennie, second on the grid. Danish, 3rd place. Confident in his prospects, being a 2-time winner this season. Moto3, you see there Danish on the far left of your picture on the number 13 KTM. KTM locking out the top 7 on the grid. KTM locked out the top 12 in the Grand Prix here. Actually, the first time that had happened in a lightweight World Championship since 2003, back in the 125cc era. So this was KTM territory here 1 year ago. Lights out, and we're racing in Moto3 here at the Sachsenring. How's Uriarte fared from that maiden first pole position? Quite brilliantly. And he's got a superb launch late for life, and he quickly picks off the rally on the inside. But what a dream launch that was by Uriarte. Runs a little bit wide going to the first corner, but it was the perfect start for Uriarte, and he leans down into turn 2.
Not the greatest of starts for the championship leader Quiles. He got hung out trying that first corner by both Carpe and Salmello, so the points leader down 2 places to 6th.
Through the overhead corner, but Uriarte and Danish in 2nd place. Rally's a little bit wide as they start the climb up through 4. Van der Sloot, the door sliding for Carpe. Wasn't able to find a way through though.
Veda Patama, as expected, making big progress early on. He's straight into the top 10 to the big battle with Buchanan and Morelli, making the move that he feels he needs to make. With Uriarte already bolted clear, Morelli back in a second.
He's going to get shocked around here because that Carpe has seen 3rd place away from him as they went into the high-speed turn 8. Fabio Antonio had a monster crash with MotoGP Warm Up this morning.
Quiles trying to pick away through 10 on Rico Salmello. No way through, the door slam shots in his face already through the 3rd sector. Uriarte is 3/4 of a second clear.
Well, he nailed the start, and he's got the hammer down here already after big time. Danish wide on the place going down into turn 12. That's allowed Salmello to pick him off so briefly at the start of this first lap. Danish was as high as 2nd. That Quiles puts him on the inside at turn 13, so he's gone the wrong way here with the Malaysian.
Right behind them is Bertelli and Yamanaka. Bertelli Locatelli's still where he started, although he's lost a couple out of the final quarter. He's in the battle with Rios and Yamanaka. They're side by side at the back of the picture. So 7/10 of a second to the advantage as that's Salmela getting bowled off the inside. Alvaro Carpe, we have already seen him in the podium battle so far this season. There's a major pile-up at the back of the field with 3 or 4 riders involved. I think that's Peroni amongst them.
It looks like Peroni is definitely one of those involved. Uriarte as well, further down to the back at the front, sneaking away at the front. All on his lonesome at the moment is Uriarte in a commanding lead in over 3/4 of a second already. Only on lap 2 of 23. Keeler's there in 5th place. Peroni got himself back into second quickly after he got picked up by Panish on that run to turn 1.
Peroni and Uriarte definitely were involved. Carraro was also delayed by it. He went around the outside of it all. And I think Joe Pelser also might have been involved in delayed because he's also dropped way down the order.
Best qualifying for Salmada, and he really has capitalised on that. He drops down now through the Ralph Waldman curve. Side by side there, Carpe attacking Morelli. That's lovely. Oh, that's lovely. And then that Quiles darts from the inside of his teammate Max. Quiles getting busy, getting aggressive early on here on the 28 bike. Quiles then 5th to 3rd.
Yes, Quiles can see Uriarte disappearing up the road, and he needs to make sure that he brings him back into play, and it's not a breakaway from Brian Uriarte. A 1:25.4 for him. Fast lap of the Grand Prix. It was matched by Carpe, but of course, with that lead already pulled out of 8/10 of a second, Quiles now trying to get down to pit lane. Close that down. He takes second.
Yeah, that's lovely by Quiles. He got perfect drive out of turn 13, over the crest, down the 700 metre start, finish straight, lined up Carpe quite beautifully. Textbookly, that was the break by Quiles into that first corner. Has to get on with this because you can see Uriarte checking out further down the back. That might have been Uriarte who instigated that one.
It looks like Peroni hit the back of somebody, whether he's been taken down or not, but he might be very hard on his head there. Looking to the back of the picture, this is the battle elsewhere up front between Carpe and Salmela. You can see the flying picture. That's a Peroni doing the somersault into view. Uriarte, and there they see Kelso top of the picture on the end last bike delayed, and that's going to the grab.
Very good catch there, wasn't it? Fourth away there. Still within qualifying, started 19th, which is where he started the Aston Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Tough way through to a brilliant 4th place, didn't he, the 18-year-old. Back at the front there. That gap is now coming down. Uriarte's advantage was just under 8/10 of a second as he started this lap 3. But already having cleared traffic. Quiles with the hammer down himself has started to make them big strides back towards the front.
Would expect the fact that Grand Prix coming here from Quiles. It is a 1:25.27. That's almost as quick as Quiles went in qualifying yesterday. Cut the gap by 6/10 of a second to Uriarte. Of course, he started right in 3rd place, but it's the top 5 who look like they've built up a bit of an advantage with Danny struggling in these early stages, lacking the pace to go with the top 5.
Full race record here in Moto3 for Quiles. Kelso allows them to rejoin the Grand Prix after he was involved in that last attack a couple laps ago at the first corner. So they have now chased and caught Uriarte at the front. Carrara also rejoining the Grand Prix. So what was a pretty commanding early advantage for Uriarte has completely vanished after the incident will be reviewed after the Grand Prix by Simon Playbar at Co in the steward's office.
Casey O'Gordon from the field 22, yellow grab at turn 3. His name is up in the order, confirmation on our timing screen that Casey O'Gordon is indeed out of the race. So another Honda dropping out of the action.
We've got some serious speed, but unfortunately it's too DNF from the front so far for the Irish rider. Figure that out, he's going to be a real big threat. Turn 3 when he falls out. O'Gordon back then with the lead group. Here we go, through turn 12. They'll start climbing up the hill. Good overtaking opportunity this into 30. Is anybody going to be close enough to pound? Not going to be through the on-board that we're getting right now. This top 5 though have put distance between themselves and that chasing pack. Uriarte leads it through all into the 125s. Leading that pursuing pack is Rios on the 54 bike, who's just over second back.
Another on the inside of Morelli then, looking to 4th place, but either on the move in that chase group. It's Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard under. Saw in the background, diving at the inside of one of the MTA bikes, now ahead of Wolverton, and he's up into 8th place. He's the fastest rider outside the leading group.
Rios, or whoever gets to be the lead of that big second group, drag themselves back into contention. Make it more than 5 in this podium battle early on here. Uriarte then, for Quiles. Carpe still right in the mix. To rebound after a disappointing exit in Assen last time out. He was 4-3 in F33 Grand Prix that for Carpe. That's good to see because Farron Cucurone was almost that snow on his boots. He landed in that turn one double track. Needs a bit of assistance to get back to the replicator Tech 3 garage. It's going to be a painful start to the summer holidays for Perone.
From 19th on the grid to nearing the podium. That's the height in Assen. You can look at that. Qualified 19th yesterday, unfortunately, great ending within a couple of laps. Back with the top 5 then. Morelli just hovering away at the back of this group at the second of the asphalt machine. Of course, he's a rider who generally is so strong late in the race. Very, very kind on his tyres, Morelli. Doesn't always do him any favours in the early stages. These are the great to do, but he's so often from steaming through the pack in those closing stages.
Quickest rider out on the circuit right now is Sam Mann. Keep an eye on him, looking aggressive, looking really racy on the inside of Carpe. Sam only on 125 points, 8-7. So on that lap 5, he's only quicker than the flying fifth. The championship picture in stands right now. Way it's going. It could be winning the championship with that 4 or 5 Grand Prix to spare as he carries on his first half form into part 2.
Down the only bit, the back of the picture, it looks like was it Country of Ogden? I think it was. CRP Green Power Machine is also dropping down the order. He's just at the very back of the picture through the turn 3 hairpin. There is Ogden rejoining. He's now at the back of the field. He was in a battle with his fellow Brit O'Shea for the final point.
Down turn 3 on Friday as well. Scott Ogden, so that has not been a happy corner for Ogden. The believers fighting for a ride on the Motor3 grid in 2027. I think we've been told by CRP Green Power there's no seat for him there next year as Carpe and Sam Mallow lock elbows on that run down into turn 12. Brilliant stuff this with William Sam Mallow and Carpe. Look at the young top Moto3 talent on twins right now. Riarte, Quiles, Carpe, Sam Mellor, Morelli not too far back. Rios not making any sort of significant strides back towards this lead group. He's still over a second back. In fact, it's now Vitelli that leads group 2 as Quiles just threatens to show Riarte his front wheel on the brakes into that first corner. And Riarte had to check up there a little bit. Looking like being a little bit wide. Favoured a wider line once again. A sweeping line through 2.
Although certainly that many of the corners around this lap. Remember, Sarmelli was fifth on the road in its second time. Of course, took that 6-second penalty, so when that penalty was in operation, or it is in operation today, Sarmelli very hopefully stopped the factor.
Defensively working great through the front of that second group. We're taking out the way from Esteban. So it's Vitelli in 6th. We're looking at the top 5. Just coming through the picture there. We're just going to go back to 6th place. We can still Vitelli that's holding that advantage. I think it is. But below them now. 1.9 seconds since slip back for Riarte.
5 picture there. Star both with Red Bull KTM IO with a little bit of Red Bull KTM Tech 3 sprinkled in again as Carpe favours that inside line. So it forces Sarmella to go around the outside. Quiles though slightly wide as he loses some momentum on the way out of turn 12. The penultimate corner of this lap. Fascinating battle this, and we're only at 1/3 distance.
Carpe gives Sarmella on showing the brakes, are they? Downhill into turn 12. A good quick there with Carpe on the 83 bike we're looking at now from Quiles' Asphalt KTM. It's a little bit twitchy. We've got on the gas coming out of turn 13 and desperate to pick up some drive to try and maybe attack Quiles with the brakes in the first corner. Nowhere near close, but a little bit steady, a little bit second on the brakes there with Sam Mellor in 4th place. Here is Vitelli then. He is starting to check out from that second group. There's a bit of daylight between himself and now and Rios. Cruz, Fernandez, Esteban, Fatama, Galanaka and Ganisha are all involved in this real intense fight in that second group.
Even Vitelli's checking out for this group. It's the fastest rider on circuit at the moment. The only rider still lapping from the 125 to the 125 mark. On the left lap, Vitelli to pull that half-second gap over Rios. Cruz and that quick Fernandez. He's 2.5 Oh, big high side there. And that's the second run this weekend. We've seen Cruz down through there. And he's taken down Joel Esteban.
How many times has poor old Joel Esteban had monster crashes so far this year? That's the line back to Blue and in Brazil. When he was on pole position and fighting with a podium when he had an almighty get-up there. So True says that he was missing party in a Guido Pini eyesight going through 7 earlier on in the weekend. Is out again, he's taking Esteban out with him 2. Well, that's taken 2 out of that second group. Back at the front, it is still Uriarte in P1. P1 which he has held for the entirety of this Grand Prix so far. Got the whole shot after a perfect launch away from the maiden pole position. At the moment, it looks like Uriarte and Kiles are just trying to stretch their legs out here a little bit. 3.5 tenths was the gap between Kiles and Carpe as they came over the line.
It's worth keeping an eye out to see if we maybe get a red flag throw for that touchdown because it's the shortest lap on the calendar, so you've only got about 1:25 before they're back round again at turn 7. There is Cruz, thankfully at least up on his feet, clearly in a lot of pain. Turn 7 has not been a little corner for him.
Yeah, that's one of the fastest left-handers around this Sachsenring circuit. All 7 laps we now go, starting to climb back up. So yeah, let's hope that Prix and both Esteban are okay because that was a real big, heavy impacts for the pair of them. Identical gaps now in red between Kiles and Uriarte. Both 1 and 2 those two. So in third place is Carpe. Morelli once again just keeping that watch and breathe. I think that was Morelli on the tail. That's come down to 1.4 seconds. The focus clutch mark here. The lady of Italy is how much is he taking out of those 20 tyres to get himself back into this really good. He's doing a fella job at the moment.
The 25 score for 10. 4 tenths lap at the moment up to the Morelli. Leaders, at least the top 2 were back in the 25 last time around. Salbella back now ahead of Alvaro Carpe, chasing the first Moto 3 podium record with the young kid. Several rookies already this season have made their fair share of headlights, including the current leader Uriarte. Salmela wants some of his own.
That's on the Moto3 podium in history. And there he is going back to the gearbox, pressing down, chipping there. By Salmela, been pretty spectacular to watch, isn't it? The 18-year-old down himself in that crash on Friday, turn 13. Kiles once again jumps all over the rear tyre of Uriarte. He dropped down on the low parts of the surface through the overbig corner. There's a little squabble between Salmela and Carpe. He's going to have to settle down a little bit because you can't let Uriarte and Kiles try and make a break and get away.
But absolutely nowhere to go. Esteban absolutely nowhere to go, and he essentially performs a stopping in the gravel trap, and a nasty landing as well. Esteban, who was just along for the ride there.
Machine catches there, wasn't it, for both Cruz and Esteban? Let's hope they are both okay. It's been a dreadful day for CIP Green Power. Hasn't it? Scott Ogden also crashing out and rebounding.
To definitely clearing off here. Look at the gaps now opened up on this lap. The pace is really hotting up, and the lead of the race together back into 25 last time round. Uriarte and Kiles. Salmela, having got ahead of Carpe, just before the pace to talk clear, he hasn't at this stage, and now it's 1.1 seconds between your leader Uriarte and this three-way battle for third.
Said while this scrap was raging, as Carpe now's going to try and send it on the inside of Salmela on the brakes for the first point. Trying the hands of Uriarte and Kiles, who need no favours here, do they, in the Sachsenring? One, a rider that's been winning the full already so far this year, leads the world champ by 90 points from his German Grand Prix. Another rider who's full of confidence, having taken his first pole position and has gelled immediately with this Sachsenring track. Uriarte then, still that gap just over 2 tenths of a second through split 1.
Rider who might well suffer late in the race for this is Morelli. We know how good he is late in the race. He now moved up to the back of the 2 who were fighting for that third place. We look over for third place. Another player taking it back into a slight error, a very slight error, that's all it took for Rico Salmela. Morelli now bottled up behind this pair. He now finds himself a second and a half up the lead.
From being back through there on Salmela. Salmela trying to push out some instant retribution here down the hill in the 12. So too is Morelli. He fires the asparcating on the inside of Salmela. That's lovely. 97 finding the way through on 27. So Morelli then now up into 4th place. Good news is Cruz and Esteban. Cruz walking away from the crash at turn 7 with the assistant medical team. Both are reported conscious. They're both being treated and assessed now in the medical centre. Uriarte is in the still leads from Kiles. Uriarte has done all of the front running so far in this Grand Prix. He's got that threatening sight as Morelli now goes on the inside of Carpe. This has been a good ending, hasn't it, to lap 10 and now the start of lap 12 for Morelli, because he's picked off both Salmela and Carpe, and now he's up in the 3rd place.
He has got to win this Grand Prix. If he thinks he's got a late race shape on the top 2, he couldn't sit there and quit. But he wanted 2 decisive moves from the Argentine. That group is in danger of reversing back towards Matteo Bertelli too, who did a 26-1. Bertelli is not far off the race leader's pace at the moment. That's bringing him nicely into play for a potential podium battle.
Absolutely awesome. Bertelli here, that's been superb. Just moving out of the pitch there as they drop downhill through turn 7. There is Bertelli then. Whoa! Big moment, massive moment. How on earth has Carpe stayed on top of that Red Bull KTM? He was out of the seat twice at least. On the gas he was, going through the high-speed turn 8, trying to pick up some momentum between 9, 10 and 11. That was a monumental scare there for Carpe. Just about got his heart back in his chest, because this was big. This was so close to disaster, so close to back-to-back DNS for Carpe. Look how that Pirelli tyre spun up underneath him. Well, I tried to buck him off, 2 or 3 times, did it? High speed run through the gravel trap. Carpe still in this Grand Prix, but that's cost him any hope of a podium.
I think it's cost him around 6 seconds. He's now back to 10th place, or 11th actually now, because Danish has also gone past him. Yeah, Carpe did a 33.5 on that last, so it cost him 7 seconds to the race leaders, and it is now a 2-rider battle at the moment, with Bertelli now trying to make it 3 in the battle for the podium.
That was a really big scare, wasn't it, for Carpe? Good to see him still upright and on 2 wheels. His podium hopes so curtailed by that big incident. Uriarte then and Quiles, those two are setting this all up for a bit of a grandstand finish, aren't they, at the moment? It's been a bit of a game of chess at the moment between Uriarte and Quiles. Quiles has not been anywhere near close to Basil. Just trying and have an attack for the lead. Here was Morelli then, with Sam Merritt and Bertelli for company now that Carpe has taken himself out of this battle.
Carpe is now at the back of the group, but led by Fernandez. And this is the tarmac, and then the second after the top 10. So it's on Carpe now, sets a big stand, trying to chase back up. Starts group ahead of him. There's Quiles, even if he's not currently leading this Grand Prix, he is gaining more big points in the World Championship. Got the flag out now, his lead will be past the 100 mark.
It doesn't really need any helping hands, really. Max Quiles, he's talented enough to get the job done all on his lonesome, but more favours coming away of Quiles. Can he have a home advantage with another batsman? 25.4. Uriarte. Uriarte's back in the front now. Some lap 13 that by Uriarte, a 125.878. Now that's dragged him almost half a second clear of Quiles here. This is awesome for running this by Brian Uriarte. This is the 5th time now in the last 6 Grand Prix he has led, so this is not alien territory for the number 51.
Nothing, and you've got a World Championship leader running second behind the guy who's got his immediate threat in the World Championship. You can start to ask the question, does Quiles just take the 20 points second for second, but he's got such a huge advantage in the World Championship. I think Quiles can afford to take some risks here, try and chase Uriarte down. And it feels like he's going to have to take some risks here, because Uriarte looks like he's got the legs on him right now.
Another carrot for the rider in orange at the moment. For Uriarte, he'll be seizing third place potentially in the World Championship with David Armant's sideline to illness. He's only 7 points clear of Uriarte coming into the German Grand Prix weekend. So, championship positions at stake with real big points for Uriarte.
I got that second actually to Carpe too, because Carpe's now down in 11th place and would only score 5 points for that. At the moment, Uriarte is 19 points behind Alvaro Carpe, and of course for 25 of his own. A long way to go though. Pirelli hasn't been able to point clear from Salmella, and they have now got some serious company in the form of Matteo Bertelli.
Right, this guy Bertelli, he's come so far back. So the only question mark hasn't left is just Hamilton taken out of this quality with getting himself into this battle for the podium. At the front, out of your picture, already going down through turn 2 will be your runaway top 2. Here they are. Oh, Uriarte's made a mistake. That's the first time he's blinked. Almost took the front leg, going down to the left-hander at turn 2 and right on his rear tyre, ready to pounce. Just as you knew, was Quiles. Quiles on the back himself there, going through turn 3. Oh, they always suffering with a lack of grip here. Quiles then now wide through 4.
He had a big look to his left there, and he went, wow, I don't think he was voluntarily giving the lead up. So Uriarte did his own mistake, but the lead handed straight back to him. They're both pushing so hard here. They are a mile faster than anyone else on the racetrack, lapping in the high 25s and low 26s.
Yeah, Uriarte's 125 on lap 13 was a bit of a victory for Quiles, because he immediately then, followed by the next lap, put himself back into the 125s. fascinating, intriguing battle here, raging between two big racing superstars of the future here. Uriarte versus Quiles. These two seem destined to go all the way to the top, don't they? Quiles is going to be given to the Aspar Moto2 project next year, with both Danny Holgado and Dan Alonso moving up to MotoGP. Further back, the running still resisting this incessant pressure from Sam Miller and Vitelli. Over the line, they were going third, fourth and fifth respectively.
Yep, pace dropped off by about a second on that last lap with the mistakes and the hot potatoing of the lead between Uriarte and Quiles. They were in the very high 2060s. They're actually slower than the trio that we're now watching, back to the third, fourth and fifth. Don't think it's going to encourage this trio to get involved in the lead battle unless more mistakes happen up ahead. They are focused very much on the final step on the podium.
Vitelli by on 4 seconds clear of Fernandez in 6th place, who's got Rios for a close. It's going to get them back to Fatama in 8th spot. This is all the drama then as Uriarte charged into the first corner a little bit hot, and then he's going to have the motor here as well, isn't it? Through 2.
Right line, it was by the time he breaks himself. Here comes Quiles on the way into turn 4. He then goes wide. He knows he's gone wide, and we have a look to his left to make sure he doesn't slice across the front tyre of Brian Uriarte. In the end, it actually worked.
In the second sector, which is not about 3 tenths to Uriarte in that sector 2 on this lap 16 and 23. Yeah, you can just see there. Sure, something did happen to Quiles in that second split because he lost clear ground, and now he tries to recover the ground that he did lose to Uriarte as the top two then now start a sharp ride, and a short run to the finish line. Out of turn 13 we go. It is Uriarte that leads. Yeah, he took a couple of tenths on that last lap compared to Quiles.
Back down into the low 26s that time around for Uriarte. Quiles almost so wide in turn 12, and he's nearly in 10 minutes as Vitelli now has a look at the inside of Sal Mella. Sal Mella, I think, has eyes only forwards on the 97 Aspar bike of Pirelli. You do go wide, by the way, in that penultimate corner turn 12. Big white tarmac out there. It's not a traffic violation. It has to have a warning.
Elio, who's still very much part of the MotoGP paddock, is the rider coach and mentor at KTM. He was the last bid to finish on the lightweight world champion podium, 125, all the way back in Valencia 20 long years ago in 2006. That's the big prize, the big accolade away to be it for Sal Mella. Got 3 drops by Pirelli. We know how good Pirelli is in the latter stage of Grand Prix. That could be a real ace up the sleeve for the Argentinian. In the 97 right now, coming up through 9 and 10. Spectacular sequence of left hammers in the Saxon before we kick right through one of the scariest corners in the Grand Prix, coming up with full gas there. Tapped out, maxed out on the Moto3 bike 211.
Arte, by the way, has now changed back up to that route from 6 backwards. He's doing mid-26 to start, but he's now right on the back of the Fatama and Rios, so potential to still salvage some good points for Carpe, although the damage certainly done by that mistake earlier on when he was very ill. He shot up into the sky on his Red Bull KTM Io machine. This is like 18 of 23. We have now passed the point at which if we get a red flag in this race, we would get the finish. At the moment, it is Pirelli hanging on to that third place, but Vitelli is on the move.
It's a lovely move by Vitelli. Sunrise going to turn here. He has seen that inside tarmac there, Vitelli. Just nothing. He knew that, but he knew there was nothing Sam left to do. If he got alongside him, there would have been a braking zone for that tricky off-camber downhill first corner, or Sam Miller would just have to yield. So Vitelli then now up into P4. Something like this by the Italian. It must have been over 2 seconds behind the one stage of that battle, which did previously feature Carpe before his big moments at turn 8.
That's been on the podium already this week for Vitelli. Third, which was later turned into second back at the French Grand Prix. That was, of course, in wet conditions. He had a massive crash here in his rookie season for MotoGP Vitelli, where he damaged his ACL in his knee. And basically took a year out of Vitelli's career. Can he have some good memories to take on from his 2026 season for the Sachsenring?
Since that long podium, he's not actually scored a top 10. He's not been higher than 11 in the last 5. So something of a surprise this from the 22-year-old Italian, although he did have his best qualifying in 14 rounds since Phillip Island last year. So strong in Q2, and thankfully, it's still been the most important part of the weekend as well on Sunday morning as we charge towards his business end of this Grand Prix of Germany in Moto3. Still nothing to divide Uriarte and Quiles at the front. They came to the line divided by still under 0.2 of a second. Here we are, then picking up once again as Keyless almost runs into the back of Uriarte as they brake hard for that first corner.
Big question. We heard the riders say that there was some concern over time management here. They spent so much time on the left-hand side of the tyres. Keyless goes in hot into the Omega curve. Is Keyless on his absolute limit, just staying with Brian Uriarte here? Or has he been able just to manage his tyre to a certain extent up behind in 51? Does he have some extra cars to play with in these final 5 laps?
See the Cody back in the 27s for the first time in the Grand Prix on that last lap as he just wants to blow, understandably so. He's not a championship contender, nothing to lose really here for Sam Mellor. I see you already started to encounter some Pirelli tyre wear. Pirelli it is, then it still leads this Cody battle, the battle for the final place on the box. Pirelli from Patelli from Sam Mellor, and now down to the Ralph Walman curve.
Cody's going for Pirelli, but he has to take a back-to-back podiums. This would be a first if the 97 holds on to this. This Sam Mellor is very much staying in the action. He's not been shaken off yet. The three-year battle for third place. With an iron gap between the top two. It sort of ballooned out a little bit with that slight error of Keyless into the Omega, but he's closing that back down once again. Nothing to choose between them. He is now right on the rear tyre once again over Uriarte. 4 more laps for him to finally solve this puzzle.
History of back-to-back podiums, which is the storylines beckoning for Marco Morelli. Fernandez has seen a rather lonely 6th place at the moment, nowhere near this trio. He's 3 seconds back with Sam Mellor. He's got about 9/10 of a second off the back to Rios, who in turn is 3.5 seconds forward of Gamanaka Carpe, having his big scale turn 8 to build up into 9th place. He might actually go to kick off Gamanaka for about 8th place. Top 10 for Katana, points right now for Danish, O'Shea, Buchanan, Kelso and Keely. Disappointing that after Hassan Danish, who started in the front row of the Infinity 3, second on that first lap.
Starting to look dangerous now with 4 laps to go. Uriarte was ever so slightly wide as they came up over the hill of turns 4 and 5, and it's got Keyless right onto his rear tyre once again. 51 leads 28. The World Championship leader, what's going on there was he was fidgeting with perhaps his levers or something there. Uriarte slowed down the hill and it opens the door for Keyless to take the lead.
This could be with Max Keyless as he flanked off Uriarte. What's going on here with Uriarte? Another check down to his left-hand side. Through the final 4 we go. And this now is going to keep Max Keyless' perfect record running. He's now led all 11 Grand Prix so far in 2026. First time as he leads here in the Sachsenring. What's going on there, Bruce, with Brian Uriarte? Oh, rear tyre in the air. Well, it's speedway, so this is motocross this from Brian Uriarte. Desperate to try and get back on par with Keyless, now your leader. Oh, they're constantly behind them. Look at the gaps between Morelli, Sam Mellor and Vitaly Sam Mellor, putting himself back up into 4th place on the place of the first corner. 2 super tight battles are waging here at the super tight Sachsenring.
While Uriarte was nearly overtaking himself into turn 1, Sam Mellor was overtaking Bertelli, so he's now back into what would at the moment be a career best 4th place, but 4th is not what we call Sam Mellor is after this afternoon. 3 more laps to go. We know 2 of the names, subject to any crashes, are going to stand on the podium. We don't know the order. Any one of 3 could join them.
Yeah, it's going to be chip over Sam Mellor because he was back in the 27s a couple of laps ago, but now he's confident in himself back in those mid to high 126s. That's the kind of pace he's going to need if he is to break his podium dog here in the Moto3 World Championship. Uriarte starting to the inside on. He won't be close to Blue to attack Keyless. Keyless just 2 times doing the brakes down the hill into turn 12. That's one of the big overtaking number 2 that passed Uriarte by on this current lap. Not the close one as well to strike on Keyless into the final corner. Some battle this. It's been a rage-long battle, hasn't it, between Uriarte and Keyless. Over the line we go. 2 to go here in Germany. Advantage Keyless.
Uriarte, though, is riding the slipstream of the 28. Keyless, though we know, is so good on the brakes. He is so difficult to overtake, and he very rarely crosses his lines in this sort of situation. Although the one time he did was back in Renault on the final lap, and of course it's Uriarte who took full advantage.
Seriously testing front side there. Here today is Uriarte. So aggressive on the brakes into that first corner. It's brilliant. by the number 51, trying to convert that maiden pole position into victory here. This is going to be a tough task if he could try and get ahead of serial winner Matt Keeles. It's still Morelli hanging on to that third place, still under intense pressure from Salmela and Mateo. Keep an eye on that intense battle in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Fernandez 6, Rios still in 7th place. Eddie O'Shea's working himself up into the top 10 now. O'Shea on the last lap picked off Gamanaka and Danish. The Brit up into 9th, and now it's 10.
Right behind Carpe too. Might have something for Carpe on the final lap here too, like Eddie O'Shea. This will be the big overtaking opportunity on the final lap. Uriarte, who lost the lead in rather unusual circumstances a couple of laps ago, right on the rear tyre of Keeles. Do you want the track position here, or do you want to be second on the descent down the waterfall on the final lap?
Here we go then, folks. 3.671 kilometres remaining. 13 corners remaining as Max Keeles charges towards yet another Moto 3 victory. It's now just between Keeles and Uriarte for the win here in the Sachsenring. Uriarte not close enough to attack as he goes sideways once again. Spectacularly once again from Uriarte from pole, sliding into that first corner, but still Keeles resists.
Vitelli's also lunged at the inside of Salmela. You can follow the battle for the podium too. Top left of your screen. It is still in the hands of Morelli, but it is now back in.
Keeles is almost down there. Keeles lost the front big time going through the Omega corner, and that's allowed Uriarte to sweep back into the lead. That was Keeles almost on the floor. He's never had a DNF in his World Championship career. So close to a last lap disaster there for the World Championship leader.
And now he's got to go on the attack, turning defence into attack. I'm pretty sure if I'm Brian Uriarte now and I'm just sitting to the waterfall, just focus on what's ahead. Don't be fiddling with your leathers again, Brian.
Well, here we go then. Keeles is running out of opportunities here. He's going to be close enough. He's building speed, building momentum. Now as they go through the Ralph Waldman curve, through 11 to go. Uriarte's got superb corner speed. Who's going to be late on the brakes and now down into turn 12. Uriarte with it. He goes defensive. Trying to run the sweeping line through that turn 12. It's Keeles. One corner remaining here of a Sachsenring Classic. Big touch there for Keeles. Has that ended his hopes for victory here in the Sachsenring? I figured out, you know, because Brian Uriarte has been bullied, but Keeles gets superb drive. How the final corner, a dart to the line, and Uriarte pinches it. What a race. Who's going to get the final place for Tony Vitelli? Has just pinched it as well. Uriarte wins from pole position. Another Moto3 classic, a nail-biting, thrilling finale between Uriarte and Keeles. The gap between those two got even 700ths of a second. The key moment in that Grand Prix was at turn 3 on the last lap when Keeles almost lost out the front of his Asphalt KTM. Wasn't able to recover from that moment. Congratulations to the brilliant Brian Uriarte. Vitelli with an awesome ride. What a cracking ride that was by Vitelli to take third place. This is how the Italian did it. He's going to dart to the inside line. Classic Sachsenring last corner moments. As he set up the drive, he allowed Morelli to charge in hot on the brakes, and they favoured slower entry, faster exit, and that was a tactic that worked perfectly for Vitelli. Look how close that gap was. 7,000ths of a second. Running fourth, Salmela running fifth, Fernandez, Rios, Patani, Yamanaka, and O'Shea with top 10s. Points for Carpe, Danish, disappointing, in the front row, Buchanan back in the points, 50 to Prix, Kelso 14, Pini 15. But that was a heck of a race between Keeles and Uriarte, and it is Uriarte that takes it.
Brian Uriarte is now up to second place in the World Championship. He is the nearest championship challenger now for Max Keeles after beating the championship leader fair and square, head to head. They were both on the absolute limit. Uriarte did a lot of the heavy lifting. Keeles did a lot of the chasing, but it was a crucial Keeles mistake on the final lap that opened the door for Uriarte to take his second win of the year.
What a day it's been for Red Bull KTM. Brian Uriarte then from pole position and taking a second win of the campaign. What a race that was. Let's get the thoughts of his boss Nicky Ayo with that.
What a ride, guys. Easy to forget. Still only a rookie, Nicky. We know how strong Max Keeles is. To beat him in a last lap battle, what does that say about Brian Uriarte?
Of course, great shot from Brian. I mean, he was very impressive since the beginning of the weekend. You know, always Sunday on mind, keeping his cool, riding alone, having a great pace. So, yeah, great shot from him.
Have you any idea what he was doing with 3-4 laps to go?
I think it was something similar with Dennis 3 years ago with the legs, because, you know, it's normal with the tall riders that they start having some cramps when they're pushing. But anyway, he managed.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Well, that was. Thanks very much, Jack. Congratulations to all the KTM Iron Connects. That was the key moment, the big moment. And Quiles was almost DNF for the first time in his Grand Prix career. Ultimately, it proved decisive, but there to attack him, there to jump all over that mistake from Quiles was Brian Uriarte. How good was that? Well, it was the closest ever Moto3 finish here in the German Grand Prix. That's how good it was. Cracking ride. Uriarte surely a big candidate for ride of the day. It was so too Matteo Bertelli was worried that he had to do. Having been stuck in that second group in the early part of the Grand Prix, charged towards the Morelli-San Marapate battle and eventually won it.
It's been, what, a couple of seconds back, ultimately, as you say, with the perfect timing. He was only in third in this race for about 10 metres of it. Crucially, those the meters that mattered on the final lap. A very interesting point there for Nicky Mayo, who was the team manager for Dennis O'Toole, and he was going to go back with the victory here a couple of years ago. He takes that mistake. Uriarte was reaching down to put stretch his left foot out with some potential track tricking in. Sure, here from Uriarte when he returns to platform base to find out exactly what happened.
Going to give the old inflatable football a good beat there, just for good measure. And Brian Uriarte, he almost dumped the old static up wheelie there. Part of the mouth there. Especially not the commentator in the race that finished that close. Close for Quiles, second place. It is yet another podium. There's been only one appearance so far this year. Quiles has not found himself in Parc Ferme on a Sunday. That was 11th in Mugello. All of the 10 Grand Prix. Been talking to Jack post-race. Almost another double asphalt rostrum. This was in 2 weeks ago. But denied by Bertelli's last call of brilliance. Yeah, that was very good. That's how close it was, Marco, to back-to-back podiums for the third time in his Grand Prix career. 7 thousandths of a second. Bertelli and Morelli. It's been a rather hectic and tiny dramatic cool-down that for Brian Uriarte. But we're happy to report, as you can see, we have made it back to Parc Ferme in one piece. And in one piece is the rider who has finished in P1 here in the Sachsenring Classic in Moto3.
But it's going to be a big problem in the second half of the season. I think he does move up to second place for World Championship. Of course, the Sachsenring team. 104 points advantage at the halfway stage of the season to make up from a break. But we might already be able to have a pretty good prediction as to who the title favourite in Quiles South's next season is going to be. Surely that's going to be quite Uriarte. Uriarte hangs his head. He would have been in that podium battle for sure. Without that, 7 high side will drop him out the top 10. 11.
Well, he looks pretty disappointed, he looks pretty deflated, but there should have been only to believe about that Grand Prix as well for Carpenter, because it almost ended in disaster. That big scare where he was flying through the high-speed left-hander in turn 8. That's good to see. Andre Mino there, rider, coach and mentor, with improving himself on the left-hand side of the picture. And of course, the face very familiar to all the watching at home, double MotoGP World Champion, Pato Bagnaia, who was very close to Matteo Bertelli. So great to see Pecco come down and congratulate Bertelli. So many major career-threatening injury issues last year. Straight off the back of that Austin success. He suffered career-threatening injuries in a training accident. He has found his tip-top form once again. As KTM Io have on earth yet another tip-top talent, haven't they? He goes by the name of Brian Uriarte. Right, that was. Winner for the first time in Mugello. Holding success in Brno. The big day in the championship for Uriarte was he beat both Almanza, this cultural illness, and Carpe. Second in the World Championship. Well, that was a pretty special way, wasn't it, to get round 11 underway here in the Grand Prix of Germany. So often delivers a big gap of 5 seconds back to Bertelli in third place, but you only need 2 talents, 2 top riders to make a race. It takes speed and go. And we've got a great show, a great dance from Uriarte and Quiles. What a ride though by Matteo Bertelli. Back on the podium in third here in Germany. He's with Jack.
Matteo, what a brilliant, brilliant ride. You had to dig so deep to close the gap to that podium battle, second podium of the year, but to have done it in those circumstances, how special is this one?
Yeah, I'm super happy for this, especially because it's in a dry situation, you know, because when I did the podium in Le Mans, every people speak, I know, but it's in the rain, but I try to don't give up, and I'm super happy. The team did an incredible job this week. Let's try to keep this mood, you know, but it's special.
Great job today.
That was a brilliant job, an absolutely fantastic job. A value 22-year-old Italian. It's just his third podium finish in 71 Grand Prix. His previous best finish here in 3 starts in Sachsenring with a 15th in 2024. So a big step forward in performance here for Vitelli. He delivered something special late on. Late fireworks as always here in the Sachsenring. The rally here must have thought, well, that's back-to-back podium for the first time in his Grand Prix career. Locked and loaded. And Matteo Vitelli had no idea. That is what 7 thousandths of a second looks like at the end of 23 Moto3 laps around the Sachsenring. Nicking it at the death, there was Matteo Vitelli.
Oh, well, he started himself by 86 thousandths of a second in Finlay Peterborough Festival of his MotoGP career too.
Well, it was close, but it is another podium in the column for runaway world championship leader Matt Kivino's the key moment, that front end mistake, almost losing the front down the hill into turn 3, but he increases his world championship lead once again. Keyless with Jack.
Max, it's another podium in a great tactical duel between you and Brian. In the end, that big mistake on the final lap, was that the key moment of the race?
Well, it was a bit unperfect because it's true that in the fast corners I didn't have this velocity that Brian had, so I wanted to be behind him, and so I did on the last 2 corners. But this killer instinct, I didn't have it today. I said I was thinking a bit on the beach on the holiday, so it was like I'm a bit angry with myself because I didn't have this killer mode, but it's great points as well. I was thinking for the championship, and it's so nice to do another podium, so we will keep working and keep hitting the gas. Thanks to everybody, and it's been a really fun race.
Another top ride, well done.
Thank you.
Didn't feel like he had killer mode engaged. He lost the Grand Prix by 6 hundredths of a second. Imagine if he did have killer mode engaged in that Grand Prix. Of course, that's what the Aspar team call Maximo. They call him Killer Keyless. This occasion, though, not quite ruthless enough, was it, the 18-year-old Spaniard, but it is podium number 19 in just a 29th Grand Prix start. Brilliant performance once again by Keyless, who will still head off on his holidays very happy with a full championship of 100 points. Second, though, in the championship, and what a ride, what a last lap by your race winner from pole position here in the Sachsenring, Brian Uriarte with Jack.
Brian took from pole position to a second Grand Prix victory in your rookie season. A brilliant duel with Max right to the very end. Just talk us through this win and what was happening with 3 or 4 laps to go.
Yeah, well, the battle was there. At one moment I said, well, I'm pushing on the race and I want to see how Maximo is going because you never know. I didn't know how he was managing the tire. But it's true that I pushed in the first lap to try to make a gap into the back tube, and yeah, I think it was everything a bit between gaps. So yeah, then I put a pace that I knew that I can hold for the full race. So yeah, I was feeling quite comfortable, and 4 laps to go, I noticed that my chest protector went on the side, and I tried to put it back, but yeah, I was a bit uncomfy, so I just forgot about it. I was going for a race, and yeah, finally we managed to get here, and yeah, risking until the last corner. I was stuck in the front, sideways, everything in one. So yeah, just to thank my whole team. They are amazing. They are helping me a lot to grow as a rider and also as a person. Yeah, we built a nice family, so let's try to keep like this, at least trying to be on the front for a while. Congratulations. Thank you.
Awesome job that by the 17-year-old Belgian rider. It was kind of dislodged the chest protector, which was what was disturbing Uriarte later. We can certainly pop his chest out now as he stands on the top step of the podium for the second time. He was right there, had to be right there to pounce on that mistake by Keyless on the last lap. Frustration for Keyless, jubilation for Brian Uriarte. Right, his tactics worked perfectly from the start, didn't they? He put his head down, attacked hard, and then just to see if he could start breaking up. But sometimes with a big group around here, that was actually eventually it became just a straight duel with him and Max Piles. A duel in Deutsch language, who does come out on top of. Something like that by the Riarte. The hook to this great 1.3 at the carpet, and their showdown for second in the standings.
There should be no great surprise that his chest protection is going to trickle over to the left. This lap he spent leaning over to the left. A fine ride once again for young Rico Salmella. He surely won't have to wait too long for a first, but has been Cody. He understandably looks a little bit fed up with that, having come so close. He was within a tenth of a second himself of that podium finish, but then now a fifth place of his rookie season for Rico Salmella, who's a point away from the top 10 in the World Championship.
Austin Balaton into 5th place. So he's knocking on the door. Very, very soon he thought he was going to barge his way right through it, isn't it, Salmella? With a bullet ride. Something for him to be proud of in that German Grand Prix. But it is Uriarte. So now it's the victory by just under 700th of a second. I'm just wondering whether he felt on that last lap having a deflect knock on from Piles at turn 3. Where was Uriarte potentially going to line up a move on Piles, because he knew it was coming. He knew he was going to go all in for the win, and he was denied that potential late attack from Uriarte. They was it because Piles washing the front out turn 3, running a little bit wide, door wide, come through the podium celebrations then as we complete the first half of Moto 3 in 2026. Get on the way here in Germany.
Absolute classic. Down to 5 now, through the 2 weeks. For Brian Uriarte, right on the podium of the team for Matteo Batelli. The top 12 points last year. Piles, settled. That's what he's ended up with today. Weekend where Spain has already enjoyed some success over North America. A huge semi-final to come for them. First place then for Matteo Batelli. Podium of the season, third of his career after that breakthrough podium in Austin last year. Second is what you get on your bad days. An awful lot wrong, but it was the smallest of errors. It's cost him victory today. Point 5 today. Go to Brian Uriarte. Over from the touchdown, waiting for his prize, his second Moto 3 victory. If you can wait for it. Brian just finally accepts the winning prize. Worth the wait for Brian Uriarte, who beats Max Piles in a Sachsenring start.
It's a 140th win for Spain in the Moto3 World Championship. It's 2 now for Brian Uriarte. in 2026 in what is turning out to be a very, very impressive first season with the Elite in Moto3. It's too young in this part of the world to celebrate with any Prosecco post-Grand Prix, so we'll take a shower, a very welcome shower, I'm sure, from both Quiles and from Vitelli. Those three heading to the beach, very, very happy. A little bit of the Prosecco from Max Quiles. And when we resume hostilities at the British Grand Prix Silverstone in about a month's time, it will be 104 points in both the chase and the pack. I think the surgeon in life, not to make predictions involved in motorcycle racing, but it's going to take something special from the Moto3 chasing pack to deny Quiles a runaway victory in the Moto3 World Champion. On the podium for Quiles, but denied another win by the brilliant Brian Uriarte.
600 between them, but Uriarte does deny Max Quiles a second win of the season for him. Matteo Vitelli wins that fantastic three-way fight for third ahead of Pirelli and Salmella, the rookies getting out on the podium today. Adrian Fernandez, lonely sixth ahead of Jesus Rios, Veda Patama, Yusai Yamanaka, his first top 10 of the season, and Eddie O'Shea finishing back to deny Alvaro Carpe 10th place. Carpe 11th, Danish Buchanan, Kelso, and the final point after a tough weekend for Rio team. Four retirements, Casey O'Gorman, Adrian Cruz, Joel Esteban and Valentin Peroni. Three of those very painful crashes. We wish them all well. So Max Quiles is leading 104 points. His lead by weight is so big that he is already guaranteed to lead the World Championship when we go off to Asia for the flyaways and Japan. Michael will win the World Championship there at the rate he's going. 104 is advantage with Brian Uriarte now up ahead of his teammate Alvaro Carpe into second. Marco Morelli leads from Chabanon Mansa up into fourth. Germany who can flip the championship then, they have really double the points as they nearly challengers Honda. Their first victory today was Adrian Fernandez in sixth. Team Championship, Moto Gaviota at Spa and 93 points clear of Red Bull, KTM, IO. They started from pole position and led for most of the race, which might sound it, but it was a very simple route to victory. It was aimed clean cut. He might well have glorious isolation in front of the field when he led by almost a second at the end of lap one. Akin Danish in those early stages trying to get chase. He was able to relinquish second to Marco Morelli as Carnage unfolded further back with Peroni involved and retiring from the Grand Prix. From all of that mayhem though was Max Quiles. As he tried to chase down the runaway lead of Brian Uriarte. A high side though for Cruz says it took down Joel Esteban. Painful stills for the pair of them, or they were at least up on their feet afterwards. Take to turn two, saw Uriarte relinquish the lead. Furious change of lead in that Grand Prix. There was another as Quiles handed the lead back again at turn four. It's used with the chest protector. Uriarte saw the lead swap hand next. The Quiles leading onto the final lap. Vitelli chased down the rookie pair who's fighting for third place. That battle had earlier also involved Alvaro Carpe, but he nearly high-sided, dropped him out of the top 10. Montaigne tucking for Quiles through the Omega. That was all the encouragement that Uriarte would switch. of the final. The second loop of the season for the Rapid Rookie as Brian Oriato takes second place in the championship heading into the summer break. 104 behind the runaway leader, Max Piles.
In about 2 minutes' time, our live coverage of the latest chapter in the fight for Moto2 Glory. The 2026 will be underway. In the meantime, we're going to take a very short breather, and we'll see you at noon at the top of the hour in the build-up for the 25-lap Moto2 battle here at the Sachsenring. Of this year's MotoGP World Championship comes from the tight, twisty and technical Sachsenring, host venue of the Grand Prix of Germany since 1998 and located in the picturesque part of the motorsport mad Saxony region. It's all eyes on Marc Marquez to see if the world champion can continue this sensational Sachsenring winning streak. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the Liqui Moly Grand Prix of Germany. We are about to close out the first half of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship campaign. First half in the Premier class, which has seen several big momentum changes, and all on came this weekend right here at the tight, twisty and technical Sachsenring with Marco Bezzecchi. Well, he lose the World Championship lead last time out in Assen. Well, it's got work from bad to worse for the Italian, unfortunately missing from this afternoon's Grand Prix after suffering a fractured left collarbone in a heavy turn 7 qualifying crash yesterday. Our thoughts for speedy recovery go to the factory. A brilliant start so far in MotoGP here in the Sachsenring has been a very, very familiar story, because from pole position yesterday, Marc Marquez, the undisputed king of the Sachsenring, prevailed from start to finish in the 15-lap sprints, which means he's going to be a massive red hot British favourites to complete yet another treble and really force his way firmly into championship contention as he looks for an 8th MotoGP World title this season, as he looks for a 10th MotoGP victory in the 30-lap MotoGP race coming up in just under 2 hours time here local time in Eastern Germany. Next on the agenda for us though is Moto2. Race action here in the Sachsenring has already got off to a cracking start. No spoilers here, but the Moto3 battle lived up to all the expectations, lived up to all the hype. So no pressure on a Moto2 field, which will be led away today for the very first time by Untitled. What a performance in qualifying yesterday by the Spanish rider, becoming the 9th different rider on a Moto2 pole position this year, the 14th different rider. We'll be starting on the front row of the grid. As Aaron Canet was getting information, has crashed on the sighting lap here in that performance box there. Looking at fellow Spaniard Manu Gonzalez, who's on the front row of the grid in second place, 57.5 points clear of Ethan Guevara in the championship. Our information on our timer screen is that Elfmar Vides racing rider Aaron Canet has had a tumble on the sighting laps. We'll bring you any kind of information as soon as we have that. Well, there is HPT. There are scuff marks all over the right-hand side of Canet's number 44 bike, a broken screen as well. Moto2 coming in the way here in Germany in the company of Matt Burt and Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box. Jack Athiar down in Kylian Canet then has bumped it on the sighting lap at the third corner. Drama then for the Belgian team.
Yeah, the grid slot that Canet's going to pull up to is right outside our commentary box. I'm not sure the team moving away yet, but Canet has crashed. It's a right-hander, so I don't assume he's cracked at the Omega at turn 3. It has been a tough weekend for Aaron Canet. It's, of course, a sombre weekend for Mark Vides as it is, and they have to take today to their late team owner and founder, Mark van der Straten. They have to get our thoughts and our strength to his family, his friends, and, of course, to his team who race in his honour.
Yeah, I've mentioned Canet went down at turn 3. On that warm-up lap into the Omega corner. Expensive damage. Certainly need a new fairing on that Calix, on that Boston Squirrel machine rather. So yeah, now finally if you realise, you can see there Bendo and Steve Bradley, his two British team members, a normal rank the crew chief, with a bit of a rapid repair job to undertake here. So Canet has at least been able to remount and get his Boston Squirrel to the grid. He was due to start the Grand Prix. Should hopefully still start the Grand Prix in a very lowly 21st place 4 times this year. A 6-year-old has qualified outside of the top 20. What's been a pretty difficult season for the 26-year-old Spaniard. And all Spanish front row of the grid, all Spanish top 4 on the grid, are led by Ortola, as mentioned, 9th different rider on pole position. There he is on the number 4 bike. Of course, the winner of that dramatic last lap showdown with Fabio Alonso in the Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno. It's a fantastic form all weekend. As Ortola led practice yesterday morning, stuck the Calix on pole position. He's 8th round before as well. This is Gonzalez, the world champion, leader is second. Second in the world championship, Guevara is third on the grid. Danny Holgado, who's confirmed he's going to Brazil Ducati in MotoGP next year, is 4th on the grid. Senna Aegis there in 5th as well. This should be an absolutely belting Moto2 battle. Let's go and get an update on Aaron Canet and then down the grid with Jack. Oh, no, we're just having a bit of a break-up issue there with Jack down on the grid. We'll try and pick it up just as soon as we possibly can. We'll endeavour to sort out those issues. Back on the front right of the grid then. There is Ethan Guevara. Let's have another crack, shall we, with Jack down on the grid.
Yeah, hopefully you've got me now. Yeah, there we go. I think you do. I was just saying, the guys feverishly working away. The big issue for the Mark VDS squad is due to the nature of the Sachsenring. You've got a split paddock here, so the pit wall that you see on your TV only have MotoGP teams there. The Moto2 squad are actually on the other side, and it's a fair old way away. So to be caught out like this, they're having to sprint a long way to try and pick up some spares. And at the moment, there are no spares here on the grid to be able to put on the bike. The clock is ticking. 3 minutes to go. That will be the point at which they can no longer work on the bike. It's currently at 8 minutes 20 seconds.
Thanks very much. That was seeing this rapid repair job being done on Canet's bike. We've been told that he actually tripped off on the bump at turn 3, which has caught out Marc Marquez and Frankie Morbidelli in MotoGP already so far this weekend. So there's a rather nasty bump which has emerged here this year at the Sachsenring, and unfortunately has caught Canet cold on the sighting lap.
So here is Senna Aegis, who are looking to avoid the same mistake he made here last year when he jumped the start. He starts from 5th place, so he'll be certainly looking forward to getting himself in that podium battle, part of one of the all-time great Moto2 finishes. Last time out at the Cathedral Speed at Assen, Aegis, Alonso and Gonzalez duked it out on that final lap, of course, a victory that went the way of David Alonso. Home Grand Prix for the Intact squad, with both of their riders on the front two rows.
Well, the epic Assen finish was the closest in 24 Grand Prix since we had the closest ever Moto3 finish between Dennis Andre and Diogo Moreira in Aragon. It was the closest Moto2 podium since Valencia 2020. That's how tight it was at the top. Involved in that big melee with Senna Aegis. Let's get his thoughts pre-German Grand Prix with Jack.
Yeah, he was indeed right in the middle of that Moto2 Classic last time out. I imagine that's going to be great motivation for today, Senna, to try and make sure you put to bed having missed out last time.
Yeah, exactly. This one, be a bit of a different game to Assen. We had plenty of grip. We're definitely lacking grip here, so everybody's in the same boat with the distance here on the left side. So it'll be a tight game out there. So yeah, let's see if we make the right choice. And yeah, I need to get off to a good start and stay clean and then settle into my rhythm and not put stress to the bike. So yeah, I suspect the same 5 guys we have here in the front 2 rows will be battling for the win again. So yeah, I'm happy to be up here and yeah, I'm ready for it. Let's see if we can settle in well, take the tire for the end.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Jack. One place behind Senna Aegis on that second row is Alex Screege, impressing once again. He's qualified top 6 in 6 of 11 Grand Prix so far this season, and one place further back. What a performance so far this weekend by Tayo Furusato, the Japanese rookie, the 20-year-old, his best Moto2 qualifying, first time he qualified inside the top 10 of Honda 2 Major. 7th on the grid is Furusato. San, I'm delighted to say he joins Jack.
Tayo, happy birthday first and foremost, and what a birthday weekend it's been so far. Up here on the 3rd row of the grid, what's possible today?
I don't know, it's my birthday, but still, I have good view, better view than before in the grid, so let's see if I can gain the position in the beginning, and let's see if what tire goes on the road, so I try to manage, but I don't really care about the position. Let's try to get the experience with the bike about still rookie, so let's learn more things.
Good luck, have fun.
Good job yesterday by Tayo Furusato. He was only off the second row, he did by 3,000th of a second. He's finding his feet with Moto2. 11th on the grid he was in Assen last time out. Season best 7th here today. A couple of points going finishes well recently for Furusato. 14th in Hungary and 14th over the line in Brno. That back and full strength this weekend is Honda 2 Major. Mario Aggi back after a long injury absence, doing a brilliant job. 10th place on the grid. Let's get the thoughts of Mario with Jack.
Yeah, it's been such a roller coaster season so far, Mario. Some really difficult injury issues, but this has been a great return. How nice is it to be back?
Yeah, after all this, I've been ready. Try to do my best to return before the public meeting. It's great. We're doing other jobs. So practice for the return. It's a good weekend at the moment. Try to enjoy
Have a good one.
Back to Mario Aggi. Good to have the Indonesians back on the grid. He has missed the last 5 Grand Prix. Last time we saw Aggi feature Moto2 was at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. Season badly disrupted by a serious back injury.
So look at Vanetta there on the grid, on the 4th row for the Speed RS team on his Boscasciore. He came through qualifying 1. He was also joined in that Q1 session by his teammate Celestino Vietti. Vietti did not get through though. The rider who just previously was up inside the top 3 World Championship has slipped to 5th, having knocked back top row podiums for Barcelona and Mugello. Vietti, he starts all the way down in 22nd place on the grid. His worst qualifying for Australia this year.
Lewis Mason getting on with the connected page. Let's find out with Jack on the grid.
Yeah, once again, these boys have done a magnificent job. Time and time again, the Mark VDS squad proving they're one of the best outfits on the grid. The number 44 of Aaron Canet, gloves on, helmet on. They are more than happy for him to get going after that early blip.
Yeah, that's actually phenomenal work, isn't it, by the BDS crew. Not have scored a point in the last 4 Grand Prix. Just been out into only 14th in Catalunya. We just saw briefly there Colin Vire, the 21-year-old from the Netherlands, who's qualified top 10 in 9 over 11 Grand Prix so far this season. As Vire, he launched away to the back of that third row in 9th place. 9th over he was in his home Grand Prix in Aston a couple of weeks ago, which was only second top 10 in the last 6 Grand Prix since he was on the podium at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez.
This is some CCTV footage of Connect dropping it on that bump, coming out of turn 3 to the back of the picture. So fortunately, apparently, of course, we don't want to crash on a sighting like you can see straight away with his hands up. What on earth have I done? Now, words of that effect, I think, were going through the head of Aaron Connect there, but he was crucially able to get the bike back up and running, back onto the grid, and thanks to the hard work of his mechanics, he does start from P21.
Yes, indeed. Joe Roberts then, 13th on the grid. Now the Californian scored points in the last 4 Grand Prix with his best in that sequence. An 8th place in Renault. Bit of housekeeping to Bini. Barry Bowles still out with a left shoulder injury. He picked up in that Grand Prix of Czechia. His place in the fantasy racing once again going to Jorge Navarro. Under Lopez still missing with a couple of right hand fractures, which will be out of the last couple of Grand Prix. Once again he's replaced by Milan Avalanche. And we're also missing Danny Munoz, who had a real heavy crash on the first lap in Aston a couple of weeks ago. 2 fractures to his right foot, a small fracture to his left humerus. He's not replaced here this weekend for Talcott. The front row of the grid then. What a front row it is, an all-Spanish affair. Ivan Guevara, second in the World Championships, third on the grid. World champion Manu Gonzalez flies away from second. That's the 4th front row start of the season for Manu Gonzalez. But in superb form so far this weekend, looking for his second win in the last 3 Grand Prix. There's a maiden pole position in Moto2 for Ivan Ortola.
So it's been another superb Moto2 season so far, with so much unpredictability. One more instalment before we head off for the summer break. It's Ivan Ortola, the first pole position of his Moto2 career. He leads the championship frontrunners Manu Gonzalez and Ivan Guevara. Danny Holgado qualifies 4th for the second Grand Prix running. He's ahead of Senna Aegis, and Alex Scridge, his 5th top 10 qualifying in a row. Ty Borosato's career best in 7th, ahead of David Alonso, whose pole streak ends. Followed by a complete row 3. Mario Anci back from injury in 10th, ahead of Jose Antonio Reda and Luca Onesta, the 2 rookies coming through Q1 yesterday. Joe Roberts 13th, ahead of Benny Chu and Philip Selleck, Hitzwell's qualifying since Jerez. Arpolino Ferrandez and Sergio Garcia, Rosix Garcia cracks from Q1. Sasaki Puertas and Kinet next up. Puertas is the sole Italtrans rider with Daniel Munoz injured. Vietti 22nd, his worst since April last year. And the Keras, Vasquez Wilbur, Surtuza, Navarro and Avalanche.
So we get another Moto2 Classic, just as we saw in Assen a couple of weeks ago. Eventually with the closest Moto2 podium in 131 Grand Prix since Valencia 2020. The proven occasions feature Roy Martin, Peter Garso and Marco Bezzecchi. 5 leaders in Assen was the most in a dry Moto2 race in 5 years, with the quarterly Grand Prix back in 2021. More of the same, please, gentlemen. Over 25 laps coming here around the tight and twisty Sachsenring, where we are sitting, Lewis, pretty tight all for.
Every rider is on the soft FC1 front tyre. There are 2 different compounds of rear tyre, 2 different specifications of rear tyre, which are both medium compounds but different structures. Ivan Ortola has gone for the D922. Now that's a tyre where we think higher initial grip that might drop off later on. Manu Gonzalez and Senna Aegis, they have gone for the other medium rear tyre option, which might give them better longevity over the race. So keep an eye out for Gonzalez and Aegis on the rear tyre that should last longer. Ortola, Guevara and Danny Holgado, they've gone for the better initial grip.
57.5 points it is the commanding lead, with Manu Gonzalez has over Ivan Guevara in the championship. Immaterial of what happens here today in Germany, and next time out over the British Grand Prix of Silverstone, Manu Gonzalez will be leading the World Championship heading to Aragon in late August. A few weeks off coming up, a World Cup summer break coming in the lead up to that Silverstone battle. Some of the riders coming under starters orders. Yesterday Moto2 has delivered some spectacular racing this season, unpredictable, tough to call at times. Ivan Ortola, this is new territory for the 21-year-old Spaniard. Just an 8th pole position of his Grand Prix career. His first in Moto2. Good job done. Ron back first ever Moto2 pole. Got Sim Miller's coming alongside him. The top two of the world champion next to him on that front row. Manuel Gonzalez second, Guevara third. Replacement at the back. Lights out and racing here in Moto2 in Germany. It's a really good start. And he cuts across the front end of Manuel Gonzalez there, going defensive, wasn't he? Was Ivan Ortola. Guevara's going to try and go a long way around the outside of Gonzalez into that first corner. Good start by Alex Escrees there from 6th to 4th. Briefly trying to lean on Holgado as they drop down turn 3.
Guevara did get it done. He held on around the outside, getting the inside for turn 2. David Alonso further back didn't get the best of starts, although he's fighting back now. He's up the inside of Escreech. He was initially behind Forasato, but got it back into turn 1.
Start back that way to if there was any nerves, any butterflies was made in Moto2 composition. He certainly did not show them, did he? Dropping down through the high-speed left-hander of turn 7 for the first time. Here is Gonzalez in a big pressure from Holgado. Holgado's tipped him off then as they run through the high-speed turn 8. So Gonzalez then bumped off the podium. I think Escreech has got a problem further down.
He just went wide coming through what turns 8 and 9. It's cost him through the ground. He's now out of the top 10 Untu straight up into 9th place. He's made big progress from 14th on the grid on his Mark VDS post to score up.
He's won his last 2 visits here over Turk in Moto3 in 2023. Of course, he won the cracking last pitch pass on Ayumu Sasaki on that occasion. Here comes Senna Aegis. It's been a poor for South Africa for the world champion leader, Manuel Gonzalez, who was briefly second on that run down to the first corner. He's going to complete the first lap down in a 5th place because he got picked up by teammate Aegis.
Well, Gonzalez is going to take that back again. And look at David Alonso getting into the action. Is he going to take 2 for the price of 1? Picking up exactly where we left off last time out in Assen, Alonso, Aegis, and Manuel Gonzalez battling it out.
Timber chicane asking anybody. What a move that was by Alonso. Came for a long way back, didn't he? And then sending on the inside of both Aegis and Gonzalez, out braking the inside riders. What a move that was by the hard-charging Colombian. He's already paid big dividends as now Alonso finds himself up into 5th. Gonzalez then come back down to 6th.
And the top 3 away at the front at the moment, Ortola, Guevara and Holgado. Reminder, they are the 3 riders on the medium rear tyre, which gives you the better initial grip. Aegis and Gonzalez in particular, they're banking on their rear tyre coming in later in the race, but they're giving themselves plenty to do at the moment, particularly Manuel Gonzalez down in 6th place now, and already over a second back of the lead.
Stunning first lap and a half, isn't it, by Dennis Honju. He started this Grand Prix 14th and great now into P7. Absolutely brilliant by the Turk on the 53 Boston Scorer. Further down, Philip Salac has just taken 15th back from Tony Arbolino. Haven't seen much of Philip Salac, the front running forward. And so far this weekend, especially the back of podiums with Balaton and for his home crowd in for no. Over the line we go then. It is going to be Ortola. Fastest rider on circuit is the rider in 3rd place, Danny Holgado, the Gresini Ducati bound star in MotoGP next year. 122.248 is some early place this by Holgado. He's 3/10 faster than Guevara ahead of him. 4/10 almost quicker than your leader Ortola.
Manuel Gonzalez with a 1:23.3, so he's not got the pace at this very early stage of those up ahead of him. You can see a bit of a gap up to Alonso. Next rider up the road from the World Championship leader. Another rider we haven't seen as a 4th near the front of the field this weekend is Celestino Vietti, and he's only gained from 1 place from his only good position to start outside the top 20.
I think they're really stink at the moment, isn't it? Celestino Vietti, no points up the class in Assen. His championship challenge is just starting to unravel as we head into the summer break. What unravelling at the front of this Grand Prix so far is the Ortola there on the number 4 bike, powering through the high speed turn 9 and 10. Setting in Charles Top there, making sure there's not going to be attacked on this one through 11 and then down the hill in the brakes in the turn 12. On board then with Guevara, second in this Grand Prix, second in the World Championship.
Gonzalez continues to get a little bit attached in his early stage. Screech has got a double 1 lap penalty according to the graphics and left through the screen, so can only assume he jumped the start to get himself up into the action. We saw him make that big early move. Did he potentially go slightly prematurely?
The world was as well last time out. I did take anyone, eventually got busted with I thought he dropped down to 24th. He crossed the line 8th with Assen and then was pushed all the way back. Yes, it's a jump start then. I thought Alex Escreech. So he's going to stick in the sights and seeing the dashboard messages all over his Ford machine. So, I mean, we saw him run wide. Then we're going through turn 8, so it's going from bad to worse for Escreech. come on, fresh tyres and with a fuel tank in the right there. Gonzalez clearly just does not have the confidence of Ortola. Oh, he was really wide there, wasn't he? So wide going through turn 4. He left the door wide open for Guevara. Not quite close enough to attack there with Guevara. But that will light his eyes up in second.
Most of the first couple of laps, Ortola favoured a slightly wider line up through the hill, up into turn 4, but that was certainly extreme for Ortola. It certainly will light up the eyes of Ivan Guevara right behind him. Guevara, who was right up at the sharp edge fastest on Friday, Ivan Ortola, your fastest rider on Saturday.
So, 3:11 we go. Almost that 4 of 25. Ortola, the Phoenix T1 right from the get-go. Brilliant start from that maiden pole position. Can't no shake off Guevara and Holgado. Holgado trying to celebrate the news. He'll be with Grandmere. Done Gresini, the Catti MotoGP next year with a podium. Podium to be few and far between. And Holgado has waited just for one since his win in round 2 in Goyang in Brazil. That was the third over the line in Mugello.
Accelerated, the fastest rider now on track. He's in the 1:22.9 for him as the top three really do close up. Guevara on the brakes, zeroing in on Ivan Ortola. They were doing low 23s. Aegis at 22.9, so he's pulled up half second now over David Alonso. And Aegis trying to get himself now in touch with the Spaniards on ahead of him.
Really over the corner we go. That's lovely by Holgado. Just cut to that tight inside line. He's been ultra aggressive at the start of this Grand Prix. As Holgado, fastest rider so far in it, and now he's making a charge towards the lead. Lovely that on turn 3 on Guevara. So the 96 are now up into second.
Right in the early stages of Aston 2, didn't you, Holgado? There were 5 different leaders over the course of the Dutch TNT. Certainly good move. Give Guevara practically the door open a little bit forward as they come through the underbit curve. He's got the same line as Ortola, but a tighter inside line for Holgado. Saw him snatch that second place, and it's now Aegis going to put Guevara under further pressure.
Holgado knew that by Holgado. Braden did that nasty, pesky bump on the inside of turn. So he was caught Kinet out on the sides of that. So that was a move that came with pretty high risk, but he pulled it up quite brilliantly.
Herrera and Dixon last year too, when they came together at that very corner, and that of course led to the Herrera-Alonso collision, which took the eventual champion out of the race. Ortola blissfully unaware of what's going on behind him. His lead is 4/10 of a second, and Manu Gonzalez is now on the great speedy pace. He's doing the same lap time as Ortola up ahead, but he's best part of 2 seconds in arrears already.
Yeah, exactly. He was picked off Arbolino to give himself into the points for place in 15th. The fellow Japanese rider Tai Furusato keeping himself interested inside the top 10, fresh off his best ever started Moto2 as he led the field away from the third row in 7th. So Guevara trying to find a way back through here on Holgado. So up, practically impossible to make any kind of attack through this particular part of the Sachsenring. So narrow, so one line through sort of 4 and 5 in particular as you climb up that hill.
That wider line for Ortola up through 5 and 6 is clearly very deliberate. He obviously must feel it gives him a much better look at 6, and then the drop downhill through 7, and he has started to pull a little bit of an advantage out here of the Holgado through the third sector of this. He's completed as they drop to the right curve on turn 11. It is remaining at around about 4/10 of a second. Guevara having been caught sleeping a little bit at the end of the curve a lap or so ago, so no signs of it taking second place back in.
Last time and only time Ortola led in Moto2, did it for about 100 metres when he took the pocket of Alonso at the final corner in that epic finish at the Grand Prix of Czechia. There's Alex Screw in the background, just coming in for one of his 2 long laps after the jump start. The long lap on the outside of that final corner into turn 13.
Punished heavily the long penalty around here down at that final corner, so it's cost him down to 4th place with a 26.8 on that last lap, so it cost him the best part of 3 seconds, and there's still one more long lap to set.
So the lead group then through turn 2, still Ortola. Regardless not been close enough to strike on his fellow Spaniard, the Recchi ahead of him. 7 or 8 just there, pushing on Kimberley in 4th place. So Squeeze then has returned for his first long lap in 15th place. More damage to be done though for the number 11. Here we are told he's got a 3 boost over to go to a title rating in 2027. He's certainly produced plenty of performances on that forward chassis to of merit, potentially an upgrade next year.
At the very front of the race, you've got a list as long as your arm of team managers who want his services for next season. Because we know that Danny Holgado is going to be moving to MotoGP next season. We're awaiting confirmation that David Alonso is going to do the same one-off. Manny Gonzalez and Celebrated, it looks like we'll move up to MotoGP 2 next year. So plenty of places opening up into the Pragmatic of Guevara, who's running third in this race, likely to move up to the current MotoGP squad next season. So many Moto2 teams feel Ortola is their best bet for next year.
Screws and dives into the long lap penalty loop after the second time of asking. That all looked clean, so he now drops in alongside Pavelec, just in front now of his standing teammate Chaddy 02. So right out of points for contention right now, then goes a Screws. Yeah, David Alonso. No news on his destination 2027. He'll be on a Honda next year. We're not quite sure which stickers that Honda will sport, though. He's been heavily linked with a move to the factory Honda team alongside Fabio Quartararo for the potential reshuffling of the pack. Diogo Moreira's impressive rookie season for Lucio Cecchinelli's LCR Honda squad. Might see the Brazilian get a factory promotion, and that will allow Alonso to slot into the LCR project.
Bit of a calm before the storm here as we took to one-third distance in this Moto2 race. That's what it includes the World Championship at the moment. It's the first time in quite some time, first time since he won the French Grand Prix. Guevara has pulled some points back on Manu Gonzalez, who leads at stand 57.5. That was cut down by 6 to the benefit of Guevara as the race stays as it is, although Ethan Guevara has no intention of staying in third place.
All about your right hand there, all about your foot control, all about the time management. That is always such a pivotal part of any Sachsenring battle. Even Ortola on another lap in the books where he's led. He's led all 8 laps so far through 25. We hope to complete here in the Sachsenring. Holgado there in second. Still no significant progress being made back towards the top 5 by Manu Gonzalez. He can stick about 9/10 to the second behind Alonso for a decent chunk of laps now. As we jump further back to Dennis Onju, he really is specialising on that strong qualifying yesterday, 14th on the grid. So that down to P7. Sato via and Ueda behind it.
Sato going nicely, wrapping in the high 1:23, 6 on the grid, but he wants to learn by riding with some more elevated confidence and sharp end of the race. That's still very early in this Grand Prix, taking a first top 10 finish in the Moto2 World Championship. That grid was pulled away nicely from the American racing pair, Roberts and Salach. Just with the back of the picture, they can see them appearing now. Roberts and Salach, they're just outside the top 10.
So much of Philip Sato so far this weekend. Fantastic opening half to 2026. He's trying to look to 8th in the World Championship at the moment. He's not been this far back in the order since he was 14th at the Spanish Grand Prix. In Jerez, he's been reeling off top 10s and podiums for fun. Of late, he's been Czech rider, including one which went down very well at home in front of his massive home support in Brno.
Sato down through the wall from Torres at turn 11, but it's too much. He's still right on the clear tyre of Onchu. Top 6 are all pretty much within a tenth of a second of each other. We've got Ortola, Alonso and Gonzalez doing 23.8, Holgado, Guevara and Aegis doing 23.7. Still 2.2 seconds covering our leading 6.
And once again, fighting a bit of a lone battle against the armada of Calexes. Is Guevara on the Boscoscuro. What a job he was doing for Blue Yamaha right now. His performances look like they are going to earn Guevara a crack at the very best. He will be joining the elite in MotoGP next year. Yellow flag go out turn 3. I think it was Mario Adric here. His return. He missed the last 5 Grand Prix with a serious back injury. He came back, excellent qualifying, 10th place, but he's gone down at turn 3. So it looks like it's race over for the Honda 2 major rider. That's such a common crash here, isn't it? Through the over the corner, turn 3 with lean angle, maybe just feeding the power back into that stage, and down as he goes. Steadied hands for the Indonesian.
Yes, I think the sort of latter part of Turkey was caught many miles out of came the horse was watching, didn't make it that far. That was the front that we had gathered, took down Kinet before the Grand Prix got underway, and he cracked the side time. He's currently running in 20th place. Gonzalez, though, just simply does not have the pace here to go with the top 5. He's been really detached on this track. He's now a second back of Alonso, who did a 23.7. Ortola increased his pace to a 23.5, and this is dropping the World Championship lead into what's looking like a quite a lonely 6th.
Yeah, he's not superstar. I mean, his pace was exactly on par with Guevara in third. They both been in 23.8, but problem is, is he just maybe trying to keep some life in that Tony rubber underneath him as Forsato starts to close in here on Anjou. Just it's probably weekend all round. I thought Forsato really stepped up here this weekend. He stepped up of late in his first season in Moto2. Norwegian experience is proving to be gold right now for Forsato. He's invited, isn't he, here on the Foster score rope. Whereas Anjou on the 53 bike.
Two riders who fought the Moto3 victories here in the past. Anjou, of course, has taken one. Tai Forsato came very close a year later when he ran into the unstoppable force for Luis Alonso in Moto3 2024. Forsato had settled the second place on that particular occasion. He has been given some tough love so far in his rookie season by his team manager Hiroshi Oyama, who has expected big things from Forsato. I think we all. He's clearly a very talented young rider. As we approach the halfway stage in the season, we are now starting to see the tyre wheel fall with six.
Anjou was the race winner here in Moto2 last year. What was ultimately a shortened Grand Prix. He was leading when the red flag over at Donington Park as Nicolo Buniga beaten for the first time in 2026 by his factory Ducati teammate Leclerona. Buniga and Leclerona, the former Moto2 contenders themselves back in the day. The current crop are still being led by Ortola here in this Sachsenring battle. Ortola has not yet seen anybody else's rear tyre in this Grand Prix. As we close in on the halfway point of it, his advantage is still hovering just above 4/10 over Holgado.
Yeah, he's doing what David Alonso did in Bordeaux when he led the entire Grand Prix. Ortola will hope that it's not the same ending. And of course, he was the rider that snatched victory from the long-time leader at the very end of the Grand Prix. Here is Manny Gonzalez there, who isn't exactly going slowly, lapping in the high 123, but 10th of a second or so. They need a couple of tenths each lap, and he's losing to Ivan Ortola at the front of the race. He's now 2.6 seconds off the race lead. Not under any threat from behind is Manny Gonzalez, with Anjou in the 24th behind him and preoccupied with Forsato in the battle for 7th place. But Gonzalez already feels like this is a damage limitation exercise for him.
It's a strong lap back by Ortola. I was keeping an eye on him coming through the third sector. The first time he's established a lead of over half a second, and it grew to 6/10 as he came over the finish line. So he's just maybe starting to attempt a bit of a significant break here, trying to stretch this lead pack out. Mariaggi has rejoined the Grand Prix. There's still battle for fourth between Aegis and Alonso. And these two have got a bit of free between them with a few big battles in Moto2. Holgado sort of took a 10th back on Ortola through the first, but it's getting that rear tyre lively. We'll be going through turn 6 there with Alonso. What a big move on that Pirelli rear for the Colombian.
We don't know how this race ultimately is going to shake out in the second half of this, but is David Alonso going to be absolutely cursing qualifying, where he found himself down in the third row in 8th place, got himself into this leading group of 5, but he is right at the tail of it at the moment. Alonso, who of course finally ended his wait for a first victory of the season in Athens last time out, has he left himself with too much to do to go back to back?
There's 2 long laps on his screen. He's just forced himself back inside the top 20. Shame that jump start for a speed because he started probably second row in 6th place. Briefly got himself up to 4th. Reason being because he jumped the start. So Squeeze in recovery mode at the front, trying to recover a near 4/10 deficit to the leader is Holgado in second. And everything being so equal here in Moto2. Anybody on the same Triumph 765cc engines, much in terms of the tyre builds of Pirelli. And the most differential in this league is the fact that Guevara is on the Bosca Score chassis, taking the fight once again to the Galaxies, which has been something he's done admirably in the first half of 2026.
So the riders in this leading group, the 5 that we're looking at, all are winners in this season. Ortola winner in Brno, Danny Holgado winner in Brazil earlier on in the season, Guevara won the French Grand Prix back at Le Mans. Senna Regis those back-to-back victories when we arrived in Europe. Of course, Austin before the first European run of the season in Jerez, and Alonso, our most recent winner at the Dutch Grand Prix at Assen. Which of those 5, if it's going to come from one of those 5, who's going to take the final Moto2 victory before the summer break?
This is the slacking off ever so slightly here. Ortola, Alonso and Gonzalez on the last lap, back to the 24th. First time we've seen that anybody in that top six dip into the 24s. Is it just maybe a little bit of a lull? Are they trying to try and protect some rubber? Go into a little bit of conservation mode for a late charge in this Grand Prix? Or is the pace dropping off because already we're getting some excessive tyre wear, particularly on the left-hand side? The left-hand side of your tyre here, both front and rear in the Sachsenring, gets a proper pummeling, doesn't it? 10 of the 13 corners are left-handers. This is just one of the 3 rights into the first corner, and it's pretty much as you were, isn't it? The gaps have kind of held station now for what feels like an age. Taylor, Holgado, Guevara, Aegis, Alonso and Gonzalez. That top 6 split once again by 2.5 seconds.
And also, that's not the kind of temperature. Even in Moto 2, it is still an issue, particularly something like this that punishes the front tyre to such an extent, certainly the left-hand side of that front tyre. So we're now at turn 1, and for the second time today, unfortunately, this time though in the race itself, it's a crash for Aaron Canet.
Been a dreadful weekend now for Aaron Canet. Now a 4th DNF in the last 5 Grand Prix. It was down on the sighting lap, caught out by the big bump at turn 3. It's now turn 1 that's taken Canet at the Grand Prix. Nothing other than abject frustration from a rider. It's a 5-time winner in Moto 2, 34 podiums in this class for Aaron Canet, but at the moment we can't get anywhere near that top 3. A top 3 that is still being led by Ortola. He's about to climb up through turn 13, the Zuckerberg corner. Up the rise he goes, short run to the finish line. Still, we've got every single lap so far. 15 completed with 25, and it's Ortola. Once again, he's given me the second half of the lap. Once again, he's able to just eke out an advantage over Holgado, which is just over 6/10 of a second.
And the overtaking opportunities around here are in the second half of the lap, in the last section of the final 2 corners. And then, of course, you need to run out of that final corner to attack him for the other overtaking opportunity, which is at turn 1. We've just seen Aaron Canet go down. We might be able to see some overtaking coming here. Ivan Guevara looks like he wants to get on with this. If he wants to crack at Ivan Ortola, he needs to pass Danny Holgado first. Celestino Vietti's miserable weekend is complete. He joins Canet in the turn 1 gravel track.
And that's back-to-back DNF for Vietti. That is another massive blow for his championship challenge. Vietti was outside the points scoring places. 2 of our high-profile Foster scorer talents, Canet and Vietti, both going down this Grand Prix at the first corner. And where would Foster score be at the moment without the talent of Ivan Guevara, 2022 Moto3 World Champion, of course. We drop down into 12 then, on lap 16 of 25, Ortola. This time around, Holgado is able to nick a little bit of time back on the 96 bike. Looks like Alonso really is now closing on the rear tyre of Aegis. Good battle for bragging rights as Red Bull KTM further down the wall, looking between Vaya and Rueda in their scrap for 9th and 10th.
A little bit of movement on the MSI Calyx of Ortola on the way out of turn 12, as Alonso now does make his move. He's up the inside once again. Aegis is going to try and hang it out on the outside, but that is a bit of an optimistic move from Aegis to try and hang on to that one. David Alonso seized the high ground and with it 4th place.
Yeah, I saw that coming in that final section. You could see Alonso got right on the rear tyre of Aegis going into turn 13, set that move up brilliantly, made sure he got the perfect drive, picked up his throttle right on cue. No big wheels coming back on the rear tyre. That allowed him to defuse on the inside of Aegis then on the brakes into the first corner. Alonso then on the move. He's up into P4, the first significant move in this regroup we've seen for quite some time.
And what's going to be very interesting now is to see how quickly, if at all, Alonso jumps onto the 3 up ahead of him, which of course is still led by Ortola. Holgado looks like he's perhaps thinking more of defence than attack at the moment, with Guevara swarming all over the back of him in 3rd place. But can David Alonso now chase up to the top 3 and leave the intact pair behind him, with Aegis and Gonzalez now with 5th and 6th respectively?
Guevara running so close, so tight to the rear tyre of Holgado. He has to be mindful about that balloon in the front tyre temperature. Hot conditions. Not as we've had it in previous years here at the Sachsenring, but we've had, for the most part, blazing sunshine here this weekend. In fact, I would say we've probably got the biggest cloud cover we've had of the weekend so far. And Alonso then runs a real wide line, doesn't he? He really does run out wide, almost going on for the white line over to the pit lane exit there as Mario Aggi. Unfortunately, his race was ended by a crash at turn 3.
There's some good news though for Honda teammates because Forasato has just taken on to. I just saw them flash past our commentator window. Oh, eyesight in the back of the picture. That is David Alonso out of 4th place at around about the same point he crashed out last year.
Well, that's also, we've talked about Vietti throwing away a whole bunch of important points lately in this world title scrap, and now Alonso then. Well, having done all that hard work to get through on center ages, I think it was the first big move in this lead group. Was it a bump? Was it maybe the bump that settled the bike on the exit there as he was on the gas? What is not up for debate, what is not up for question is Alonso's out of this Grand Prix. Here he is, and on the gas, lighting up the rear. Nasty little vicious snap there on that body rear for Alonso. Oh, that's a disaster for David. He's really frustrated. He's angry with himself because he knows at this stage you can't be throwing away big opportunities like this. He was clawing back some points on Manuel Gonzalez a couple of places further behind him. That's a gift for Gonzalez.
And of course promotes both Aegis and Gonzalez up a place. Aegis now runs 4th, albeit he's some 1.6 seconds back, so he'd have had to check up and make sure he avoided any potential chaos when Alonso crashed ahead of him. And he's actually reversing back towards Manuel Gonzalez as a result of that, so we could have soon an intact battle for 4th and 5th.
Algardo and Guevara have got something late on here for Ortola. They might have been getting on with it very soon because with 7 laps to go here, Ortola is almost 6.5 tenths clear. He was the fastest rider on the circuit once again on that previous lap, your race leader, who has been immaculate. He has been picture perfect so far. Power sliding the Pirelli rear tyre through 6 and 7. Spectacular stuff this by Ortola. But a 124 flat on that last lap, with a 10.5 quicker than Holgado, quarter of a second almost clear of Guevara. Ortola is riding a stunning race tonight.
The big result for Holgado this, looking to hold on to some of those victories. Best result since the victory, so victory this season in Brazil, round 2 of the World Championship, when we all thought that Danny Holgado was going to be a big title contender this season. He's 90.5 points behind Manuel Gonzalez, or when this race began. That will come down as it stands at the moment, but a big payday and a big result coming in for Grassini's upcoming MotoGP rider.
That beautiful advice from Philip Salac. Tony Arbolina back to Alex Screech. Salac is now picked 8th place back from Via, back at the front note. Looks like it's anyone from 3, doesn't it now, with Aegis and Gonzalez. The Dynamo intact riders detached as Guevara a little bit wide, going through that first corner. Some battle this further down the order. This is on G in 7. Retired Forasato checking out in 7th, 6th place. You just see Forasato moving out the screens. What a ride this has been by Tyre Forasato. Onju now is a bit of a rolling roadblock here, isn't it? Because look at this gang behind him. It's Salac, Via, Rueda also holding into picture with Luca Lanetta.
Yeah, could this jam soon burst, unfortunately, for Denis Onchu and the D25s. I have to say, so much credit here for Forasato doing the 24-4 last lap. Forasato, like I say, he's probably the fastest rider on the track as Salac drops on the inside of Denis Onchu, whose damage is not done yet.
Onju can't see that inside. Look at this, and he's sitting up. Absolute passenger. I mean, that was Rueda almost laying to the back of him. That's how slow the 53 go. Look at that. Onju had to sit up there because he lit up that Pirelli rear tyre so much. Yeah, I think he thought maybe he might be getting a high side instigating then. So Onju is dropping like the proverbial stone here.
I wonder whether that's been passed amongst the cluster squirrels, because Guevara has dropped off big time from Holgado on this lap. He's now 8 tenths back of Holgado in the 2nd half off the lead. Rueda, having nearly run into the back of Onchu, this time moves past him and now up into 9th place. He gets 25-1 on that last lap for Guevara. He's not under any pressure behind, but he's dropped it well away from the top 2. Surely it is now between Ortola and Holgado for victory.
Holgado just has not been able to get back within 6 tenths of a second of Ortola. He's sort of spurting a little bit high 123s and that 124 flat, because Ortola now is threatening to drop back into mid 124s as he's almost at the mercy of that fading Pirelli grip. Onju just now played for the checkered flag. We've got a moment there, wasn't there, for Rueda as he squeezed the power back on going out of turn 3. Further back there, this is Huertas who's just taken 13th place from Sasaki, who are testing on the track for this morning for content. We'll go later on here in the Sachsenring.
Of course, that's all fans. I don't think Boyd will be obviously today, but that is actually his teammate who's 3 laps down. You ever see the frustration there as he has a moment on the front end this time for Dennis Unchu. These are going to be 5 long laps for Unchu, who's now down into 12th place.
Well, that rear tyre's putty. That rear tyre now is just putty. I mean, Onju is going to potentially have to roll out this little bit and just back off to a safe place, because trying to keep himself in this battle, a losing battle in the extreme here for Onju. He's having moments pretty much in every single corner, entry and exit. No dramas at the front though for Ivan Ortola, who is still, about half a dozen bike lengths clear of Holgado. It is 1 and 2 now. Surely Guevara's faded dramatically out of contention. Senna Aegis and Gonzalez now have gone back into the 125s. I'm sorry, it's just in a 124.513, which is 0.6 of a second faster than the world champs leader ahead of him. Unfortunately for Sato, he's not going to have enough time to put what's a 3-second deficit to Gonzalez, but at the moment, Tayo Sato is the quickest rider around the Sachsenring.
It's good to see that David Alonso is going to be sitting up and now standing up down there at Aspar from a nasty high side. Of course, eventually he wasn't far away from that particular point of the race. That one was race ended here last year, and he ran into the back of the recovery of Diogo Barrera. Not much luck following David Alonso around the Sachsenring in his Moto2 career. 3.5 laps then remain of this race. But does Danny Holgado have anything up his sleeve? It's going to be hard enough just to get on terms with Ivan Ortola, who has barely put a wheel wrong. Is this Ivan Ortola just riding to a pace that he is comfortable riding at? We feel that perhaps if he needs it, Ortola might yet have more up his sleeve.
Holgado, you have to say, he's doing a brilliant job of keeping this pressure on Ortola, who we have to say has not shown one sign of buckling at this stage. Yet Guevara right now then, he has taken his punishment. He's given those glory tyres. He's been 2 back. It's a very lonely third right now for Guevara. He came on the line 2.1 seconds off the lead. It's 2.4 seconds though up the road, clear of Aegis. Here comes Holgado. This one is not over at all. Holgado there just starting to close up. He was stronger down the hill on the brakes into 3 compared to Ortola.
Ortola seems to get a lot of his time into his head. Left again before we get to the end of sector 3. The 96 closing in on the number 4. Some more time picked up in the second sector for Danny Holgado. Has he saved his best for the very last?
It looks like to me at this stage Ortola is just starting to encounter more rear grip problems, more slipping and sliding on that rear than Holgado. Is desperately trying to find the traction through 6, 7 and 8 with Ortola, because every time you generate rear spin, you're generating more temperature as well. Now Ortola here, well, this is the closest he has been for a long time. Look, he's on the green there as well on that run up toward turn 13, so has to be mindful of track limits as well. Over the line we go then. There's going to be 2 laps remaining here. He was potentially building up for another thrilling Moto2 finale, and the gap down is down to a 10th and a half. Holgado a 124.8. First time in the Grand Prix. Ortola then is in the 125, and he's under massive pressure here now.
You have to be wary of the move into the Omega. We saw Holgado take Guevara there earlier on in the race. This time Ortola is clear of Holgado. This is where Ortola favours that wider line. Is Holgado going to have a look at the inside in the 5 and 6?
Holgado just looks like he's got so much more pace, so much more grip, and that's going to be the crucial factor here. A bit of a twitch there from Holgado himself, a full lean angle as they climb through turn 4 and 5. They're both now sliding their way through turn 7. This is going to be another grandstand finish, isn't it? Fair play to Ortola, because as you knew he would do, fighting with all of his might, fighting for grip as well on that early rear tyres. Now he attacks from the left hander of 10. Holgado is going to be close enough maybe to have a lunge down the hill in the 12.
I said a moment ago that Ortola might have more up his sleeve. If he does, now he has to deliver it, because we're about to come on to the final lap. Less than 2 tenths is the advantage. It's a matter of bike length. And is Danny Holgado going to do to Ivan Ortola what Ortola did to Alonso 2 races ago in Brunel?
Here we go then. It's going to be another thrilling finale here in Moto2. We had an all-time classic last time out at the Cathedral of Speed here in the Sachsenring. It is Ortola versus Holgado on the final lap. They both exchanged 125.1s. Ethan Guevara is going to be in a very lonely third place.
What's happened to Manny Gonzalez? He's been passed by Forasato on that last lap. Gonzalez did a 26.6. Forasato has just passed the World Championship leader for 5th place.
Down here we go. This is where Holgado was strong on the last lap. So hard though to be aggressive. He's going to cut to a tight incline line, almost run into the back of Ortola. Said it on the previous lap, Holgado's a lot stronger down the hill on that braking zone into turn 3. Both tyres screaming for grip underneath Ortola there. Trying to get the power on, trying to use some finesse in that right hand to hold off its onslaught from Holgado.
They are both on the absolute limit here on the very last lap, just pleading for any last ounce of grip they can get from their Pirelli tyres. Holgado needs to run now through the Bowman curve to attack it to turn 12.
Squirming that rear tyre. I mean, Holgado almost crazy to the back of Ortola. Ortola's right on the ragged edge here. Almost thinking about a move around the outside of him there was Holgado. 2 corners remaining then of what's been yet another Moto2 barnstormer in 2026. There's 1 corner left now. Ortola's going to go super defensive. He almost loses the rear once again. Out of 12 into 13 we go. Holgado tries to send it on the inside. Oh, he almost goes down. Even Ortola then is going to win from start to finish from his maiden pole position. He takes the victory here in Moto2 in the Sachsenring. Brilliant performance by Ortola. He wins for the 2nd time in the last 3 Grand Prix. Holgado has to settle the 2nd. It's a podium for Guevara. He just is 4th. Dorna takes a sensational 5th place. The Dynamo Intact riders just have no grip whatsoever at the end of that Grand Prix. Ages by the skin of his teeth by 600ths of a second. Denies Forasato 4th. It was already a sensational 5th. Manu Gonzalez on the last lap did a 1:27.1. He almost lost 6th place. Top 10 for Salacho, Wade, Fight and Maleta. Points for Huertas, Robert, Sasaki, Paqueras and the Screed. Good job back by a Screed after 2 long laps to pick up a solitary point. Well, Moto2 has delivered once again, hasn't it, in 2026. We have had so many epic battles, so many epic fights late on. Once again, that one went all the way down to the final corner. Holgado tried an ambitious move, a daring move on the inside of Ortola in that final turn. He wasn't able to make it until he almost washed out the front as well. That would have been a late heartache, a late disaster for Holgado. He does though take 20 points in the championship. That leaves him just 1 point now behind his teammate Alonso in 5th in the rankings. But now 2 wins in the last 3 Grand Prix in very different fashion for Ortola. He won it at the very last corner in Brno in a classic against Dan Alonso. He won this one from the very first corner. A start to finish win for Ivan Ortola. That was some ride by the Spaniard.
In demand, Ivan Ortola showing exactly why practically half the Moto2 team managers want his signature for a contract for next season. You've got to give so much credit to Daniel Holgado for pushing him as hard as he did. But Ortola just about had it covered. MSI, Jordan Patel, speaking to Jack.
Oh, Johnny, what a battle that was. Ivan showing so much nerve on the final laps to hold off Danny. What a performance.
Yeah, for sure. It was a difficult race because we knew from before that it was a difficult race about the tire management. He did well. He defends a lot in the last two laps. And at the end we got it.
Congratulations.
Thank you, mate.
Thanks, Jack. We're trying to get to the bottom here, look at what happened to the Intact pair on the final 2 laps. Tyler Forasato went on the rampage. On those final 2 laps, he got 1 of the Intact riders. He nearly got both of them. But Manny Gonzalez plummeted very nearly losing 6th to Philip Salach, who was doing 24.9. He was 2 seconds back quicker than Gonzalez. Salach from nowhere managed to salvage 7th place. Agents just hanging on to deny Tyler Forasato 4. It's Ortola, who looked like he had that one covered from basically Saturday morning in Prix and set a new all-time lap record. He might not have expected to be pushed as hard as that in the final couple of laps, but Holgado threw everything into it. Ortola puts his muscles into that final corner, sweeping across the front tyre of Danny Holgado and leaving his fellow Spaniard in absolutely no doubt as to who's taking victory here this afternoon. The number 4 is presented in front of rider number 4, who takes the number 2 in Moto2. Jorge Gonzalez will lead the World Championship, of course, into the summer break. He's been 51 points, so podium finisher today, Ivan Guevara, but it is Ivan Ortola who heads into the summer break in red hot form with 2 victories out of 3, and it's performances like that which are going to make it very hard for NSI to keep hold of him for next year.
2 places, or at 1 place the championship. Just ahead of Chelsea and Vietti, who had another miserable weekend here at the Sachsenring. That was a class ride, wasn't it, by Ivan Ortola? Just about stuck third in that thrilling last couple of laps with Danny Holgado. He really did keep on some big pressure. Holgado just coming up short route the checkered flag. The winning margin was over 6/10 of a second. Ortola and Holgado, though, a classic hard, particularly in the second half of that Grand Prix. Nothing more at all with their time management in that race. Ivan Guevara, once again the leading light for Boscoscuro. He starts and finishes that 25-lap battle here in P3. 16 very hard-earned World Championship points by Paul Guevara. Mixed emotions, it looks like, doesn't it? Bittersweet, I think, for Holgado. I think at some point in those last 2 or 3 laps he felt like he had the upper hand, he had the better pace. It just goes to show, doesn't it, how tough, how difficult it is once you pass here in the Sachsenring. So online in so many parts of it. Yeah, you can see the background of frustration, almost sort of puts its fist through the tank of that Calyx machine. So near yet so far then for Holgado. That was an absolutely phenomenal performance by Paul Sarko. Started the Grand Prix in 7th, bouncing back as low as 8th, I was going to say early on. His pace in the second half of that Grand Prix was nothing short of astonishing. 5th place for Paul Sarko. Miles to his best O2 finish. He only scored points in 2 of his previous 10 starts, and they were a pair of 14th spots in Hungary and in the Grand Prix of Czechia. It's fair to say Taro Corsato has joined the party in Moto2.
Will be a 4th place. The intact team must have wished that this Moto2 battle was a 22 or 23 lap race rather than 25. One more lap and they could have lost a handful of points on that last lap. So good to see a friendly exchange between Ortola and Holgado. It was on the limit, wasn't it, into those final couple of corners, just showing how badly they both wanted that German Grand Prix win.
Certainly had a real eye-catching late race pace too with Sal actually, Czech rider. He was right at the bottom of the first one places for the early part of that Grand Prix, but once he got going, and once he managed with it, he climbed his way through up to impressive 7th or almost behind Gonzalez, a top 6. I suppose it shows how strong you have been in 2026, and a 6th place for the world champion of Gonzalez is your worst finish of the campaign so far. And 11 top 6s for Manu Gas, who pitched towards the 200-point mark and head off on the 3-week summer break. No dispute to know who is the Moto2 king of the Sachsenring in 2026. Ivan Ortola got his first pole position. The same pressure, and it did lead every single one of those 25 laps. So Senna Aegis starts the unquestionable haven't win. I think they're pretty clear there, as he's indicating. Real spin, which was just too tough, too complicated. Really good job actually by the looks of it, Aegis, to cling on to that 4th place. A distant 4th place, but 13 more important World Championship points. Another podium though for Ivan Guevara. Starts and finishes the German Grand Prix in 3rd place. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Ethan, another top ride, another podium, more important points for the championship. Just how difficult a race was that to manage?
Yeah, so difficult race because many details it was difficult, but I arrived with good gap for the pole position. I secured my 5th place, and I'm so happy because the championship this is so nice. Thanks Boscoscuro another time. This is amazing. And thanks to all the team for this amazing work during the weekend. Now it's time to rest the mind these 3 weeks and return to Silverstone in the full power.
Top job today, very much.
Yeah, tough old battle that group on the bar. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to the Spanish rider. He celebrates with a wheelie, a very important podium. It is his 5th of the season. Long overdue as well, his first one in 5 Grand Prix, since he was also 3rd in the Grand Prix of Catalonia. As he mentioned there in that interview with Jack, miles clear of anybody else on a Boston scorer in that Grand Prix. And a top job that by Guevara, 3.2 seconds he was off the win at the end. But when you're trying to build a championship child, it's all about being fast and consistent, as he has proven to be so far. Danny Holgado then so close to his second win of the season. He had to settle for second. Let's get his scores for him.
Danny, what a week you've had, announced as a MotoGP rider, but more importantly, back onto the podium today, pushing Ivan so close. Could you have done any more today?
Yes, a fantastic race for us. Very happy because finally we are back on the podium after a long time and after a difficult race for us. But well, the race was very difficult because the grid was super bad. But I did my best today. Tortola was very fast during the race, but in the last part I was pushing into my limit and I tried in the last lap. I can't do it. I'm not happy because I was thinking about the victory, but no problem. Another opportunity after the summer break. I need to stay focused on my goal and working very hard during the summer for the second part of the season. Thank you very much, and thank you to my team for a fantastic job.
Yeah, it was a brilliant ride. You could just sense a tinge of disappointment in the voice of Holgado there, having come so close to denying Ortola. 3rd in the Moto3 race here in 2023 was Holgado. On that occasion, he held off Ortola to take the final place on the podium 3 years ago. Ortola exacts his revenge though in the 2026 Moto2 fight. With a brilliant performance. What a weekend for Ortola. His first pole position, his second win in the last 3 Grand Prix. He's going to be a real tough contender to deal with in the second half of 2026. Your German Grand Prix would have been in Moto2 with Ivan Ortola Butcher.
Ivan, huge congratulations. The second Moto2 win, but this one's so different to the first. You were pushed so hard at the end by Danny. I'm sure you were nervous in those final laps.
Yeah, so at the beginning I was quite comfortable because I was managing, I was putting my pace, and I was quite happy because I get a little bit of distance from the rear. There was a group, but I was quite comfortable with this pace. But apart from managing to be on the limit in the last lap, so I did it well to manage all the race. Yeah, the last laps I was trying a lot with the rear tire. I could manage really well these 2 laps. Danny put me a lot, but I knew where I was in points where I was more strong than him. Yeah, anyway, happy for this second victory in Moto2. Very happy with the team, very happy with me also, and thank you to all the people that helped me all this season and support me.
Phenomenal performance by Ortola. Danny Holgado's exceptional lap 2 in the fast lap of the race denied Ortola a grand slam of pole position. Also start leading in with the lap of the race and in victory. It was close. Holgado somehow he was pushing going through that final corner, and there he knew he was resigned to his fate. He'd done so much, but unfortunately ultimately not enough to deny Ortola a checker flag. All teams to the Olympic squad. They are victorious in the Moto2 World Championship for the second time in the last 3 Grand Prix. A force to be reckoned with in part 2 of this year's World Championship. That is clear from Ortola. As he starts the process of win with Ivan Guevara. Out of the top 3. Well, that's very down. What a absolute photo he produced here today. First ever top 10, a first top 6 defeat as well. So much confidence that Corsato San can take to our next Grand Prix over in the UK in mid-August.
Performances from Corsato for 1, as mentioned, 5th. Jose Antonio Rueda beats his teammate Paul Vire today for 8th. And Luca Manetta giving Speed RS something to which is might inspire about he got himself into the top 10 once again at the Sachsenring. So once again, the rookies shining in Moto2. 3 of them inside the top 10.
Yeah, shout out to Angel Chaos as well, still very much in recovery mode after a very serious injury, very long season at Austin in Texas. Chaos 14th, the GP assistant best result of the season so far, back-to-back 14th place last week with the Chaos as well. Street was what most of the time here. And we served 2 long laps, so that was a heck of a recovery ride by the Street. He'll be probably contemplating what might have been, and he not jumped the start. I think P4 didn't go back to the first lap. But we later realised it was because he did indeed just a little bit too quick ahead of the lights on the line. So heading into the summer break, Stephen Poland in Chapter 11 this year's Moto2 World Championship. Can't wait for the second half of this campaign. It's going to be an absolute clatter, isn't it? So many different riders on the podium, so many different winners, unpredictable so far this season, hasn't it, in Moto2? Let's hope more of the same in part 2.
Stefan Guevara still very much in the title chase. Closes the gap for the first time since the World. He gains points. Only got up to 61.5 is the distance between the two. Delgado is going to clinch with his teammate Alonso before the 5th of the World Championship. Very, very close second place today. Ivan Alcola, he knows he's going to be a title challenger at the back end of this season. It was around about this time last year where Diogo Moreira began to start winning. Started winning. So the MSI squad, who certainly know what it takes to win a MotoGP title themselves. We're winning the title today, one of the Scuro in 2024. Congratulations to Stefan Guevara. A bit of a podium drought in recent times, but he ends up today with his 5th pole of the season. Guevara has more podiums than him this year. More points, of course. Delgado. First podium for Chile. Best result since he won in Brazil at round 2. A return to form for Danny Delgado. First finish. It was the start. Quickest on Saturday and just quick enough on Sunday. Ivan Artola is your German Grand Prix winner.
The Dorna Sports Moto2 World Championship campaign reaches its conclusion. Auto on the top step of the podium. He's been a lot of winning of late in the Intermediate World Championship. A few more performances likely produced in the Grand Prix of Czechia and in today's Grand Prix of Germany. He might be one we have to factor into the championship equation as we move into the business end of the season. The cracking ride back by Guevara. Miserable day for some of the other Oscar-scored big names with the FG Internet both crashing out at the first corner, but also they're back on top here in the Sachsenring.
6/10 of a second doesn't really do it justice as to how close that was, but Ivan Artola narrowly held on to Daniel Delgado. Ivan Guevara a fine third, Senorita clung on to fourth. The tyre for Sato came in an attempt at denying it on the line. Manny Gonzalez also limited late on, just held on to 6th ahead of Philip Sato and Jose Antonio Rueda. Qualifying 9th and Luca Bonetto for the previous. Brake pass scored points in 11th, ahead of Joe Roberts, Julius Saki, and Copaceras points once again for the MSI with the Alex Sledge strikes up at the start, serving 2 long lap penalties, recovered to take the final point. Dennis O'Chu's tyres 7th earlier on, plummeted to 17th. Manu Gonzalez, World Championship lead, is cut for the first time since Le Mans, 51 and a half to the group. Goes in to the finish break. Guevara gains some ground today. Federated third, he's just up to 60 points back. Nothing for David Alonso today after his high side out of 4th place. He is now just a point ahead of Daniel Ricciardo. For 4th in the standing, Ivan Altonen, the point and a half further back as he moves into the top 6. Constructors Championship. Today, there, Amanda Villa from Sturo, who did get a podium courtesy of Ivan Guevara today, is 92.5 points. In the team standings, Locomotive Dynamo, Impact GP, lead their home Grand Prix, 100.5 points ahead of Aspar, who jumped 20 points for Daniel Holgado, second. Highlights. And Alcola leading from start to the finish. Boy, he gets to work hard for it in the final. Gonzalez from second, but never really a fixture in that battle for victory as soon as Ivan Guevara has taken second 2 corners into the race. Pretty big badly in those early stages. Mario Andretti, on his return from injury, crashing out of the Omega. Leading group of 5 for much of the first half of the race, with Gonzalez struggling to match their pace. Aaron Cadet, who the pressure of the sighting lad, the repair only lasted as far as turn 1 mid-race. She crashed for the second time today. Alonso, moments after taking 4 from Senna Aegis, would suffer this big high side coming out of turn 3. Ensuring that there will be no back-to-back victories for the Colombian. It's left 2 at the front. Once Guevara's challenge ran out of steam, it was left to Daniel Holgado to take the fight to one-time leader Ivan Altola. Altola clinging on in the closing corners, just adding up to fend off the 96 in their desperate lunge for the final corner. Altola, your winner in the end by 6/10 of a second in an epic Moto2 finish. 2 wins out of 3 for Ivan Altola, but it is Manu Gonzalez who leads the World Championship by 51.5 points into the Moto2 summer break.
Germany finished the first half and then Grosson's 2026 title chase for a fully conclusion at the Sachsenring. tucked in between Leipzig and Dresden, one of the season's biggest crowds and body fraction in Chapter 11 with a big question. Can anybody stop Marc Marquez from spinning the Sachsenring show once again? We'll find out next live. It's time to race in MotoGP. The shortest circuit on the Grand Prix calendar, a 28th visit to the modern-day version of the Sachsenring. 3.671 kilometres, 2.281 miles in length. Our first race here back in 1998. With 6 anti-clockwise tracks on the Grand Prix calendar, 10 left-hand corners. The tight and compact 13-corner configuration. The track really at the tight first sector opens up to a series of third, fourth and fifth gear corners, the most spectacular of which, without any question, about Baldwin curve and plunge downhill through the fifth gear right-hander. What a corner that is on the Grand Prix calendar. Tyre management, so crucial here in MotoGP. Taken so well. Turn 13, one of 4 good hot spots if you fancy a big move. This is Marco Bezzecchi on Digia last year. Well, back in familiar territory, on pole position in the Sachsenring once again was reigning world champion Marc Marquez, leading the third away on what was an all Ducati front row. With Alex Marquez getting another slotting immediately into second place, as Fabio Gian Antonio looked to try and go with the 2 Ducatis ahead of him. Looks like he would turn out to lie. Billy would leave the Aprilia charge, a weakened Aprilia charge, with Marco Bezzecchi ruled out of contention with a fractured left collarbone after a heavy qualifying crash at turn 7. But from yet another Sachsenring pole position, it was a record-breaking 19th sprint success for factory Ducati star Marc Marquez. As Ducati maintain their undefeated record in the sprint format here at the Sachsenring, ahead of what is, we hope, going to be exciting and entertaining 30-lap Grand Prix of Germany, as Marc Marquez looks to win for the 10th time in MotoGP around his most successful circuit. This has been for so many years, hasn't it? Marc Marquez land, for so many years, Marc Marquez territory. And from pole position and off the back of a start-to-finish win in yesterday's 15-lap sprint, make no bones about it. We have a massive, overwhelming, red-hot British favourite going into this afternoon's Liqui Moly Grand Prix of Germany. Which things play the way that Marc Marquez hoped, he should be leading the Sachsenring as high as second in the World Championship. All the build-up, all the action live coming your way in the company of Mafra and Lillisidovi in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard enjoying some rather pleasant Sachsenring sunshine before we head off on our summer break down in pit lane. There's been some breaking news after the breaking we left collarbone yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi, and we know sadly sidelined after the Q2 crash of turn 7 yesterday. Well, Prix have just announced through their official media channels that Bez has already undergone successful surgery performed by Dr. Giuseppe Porcellini at the University Hospital of Trasio. The fracture of the left clavicle has been reduced and stabilised. They are hoping that Marco Bezzecchi will be fit to line up on the grid at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in about a month's time when we reconvene from the summer break. More accurate definitive prognosis will be delivered in the coming days based on the evolution of Bezzecchi's condition. We send all of our well wishes for a speedy recovery to the 27-year-old Italian who has had a real brutally tough recent period. I haven't seen Marco Bezzecchi, who won't have we'll see today him score a single point on a Sunday Grand Prix after that unforgettable hotel weekend that he and Aprilia had in the Tuscany Mountains at Mugello. With no Bez, Jorge Martin upholding factory Aprilia on it as he looks to increase or sort of defend an 11-point lead in the World Championship Sachsenring. Would be, you have to say,
the field young person that could truly beat Marc. If Marc himself eventually made a mistake, physical condition, although there have been no obvious signs that Marc physically so far this weekend. It felt like he won the sprint yesterday slowest possible speed, just being in the front, did what he had to do to hold off his before that. Of course, with the championship races, as it is, a major opportunity. Since of Marco Bezzecchi, clearly on a weekend where Jorge Martin was far from the peak of his powers in terms of his feeling on the bike, Mark Marquez was to feel out and confident to the Italians today.
102 points behind Marco Bezzecchi after that Italian Grand Prix in Mugello. He insisted on that occasion, well, it's all over. I'm not going to be mounting this successful defence of the title we won in Japan last year. Well, that has changed. The game and the landscape has changed in terms of the top of the World Championship, because the current situations happening where Marco Bezzecchi could be overhauled by Mark if things go the way of the number 93. Marquez and both Fabio and Antonio, who tried to put pressure on Mark in yesterday's sprint, admitted the debate, felt like he was holding something in reserve. He was conserving energy ahead of this bruising third to that race coming up ahead. This was Marco Bezzecchi's personal message on his Instagram feed yesterday after the Q2 crash. It's a tough moment, but we are tougher. I'm going to get fixed, which he has been, and I'll get back to work. Nothing will make me give up. The science, a resolute message, and from the factory to the rider. We'll hope to see Bez back in action at Silverstone, whose absence here this weekend in Germany as a result of this huge crash yesterday.
Just before Marco Bezzecchi had taken enough hits over the last month or so. Of course, one or two of them, if we think back to Bruno, were self-inflicted, but the huge high side or huge crash at Ramshoek on the second lap in Assen, and then on his second flying lap of Q2 yesterday, that heavy spill at turn 7, Marco Bezzecchi. The damage to his collarbone will heal up. You wonder whether the damage to his World Championship prospects will ultimately be repaired. We will, at the very least, be 11-point final for Martin. Of course, that deficit could grow. Let's get some early comments from one of those starting this afternoon's German Grand Prix. He lines up in 16th place. Top track Radgraf, the chap.
Yeah, great to hear from Top Rat. Good afternoon. I understand not been feeling your 100% best this weekend, so how are you today? Hopefully a little bit better, and what are your chances in today's race?
Yeah, the feeling is not really good this weekend because I feel not really good, not 100%, but anyway, I'm trying to my best always. And especially this track, after 12 years later, again I'm riding. That's good because I'm really happy to riding in Sachsenring. A really nice track, but with MotoGP bike and with these tires, it's not easy to manage, especially in the race, because this track is many left corner. You need to manage the rear tires, especially left side. This one's very difficult for me because I'm still not really adapt this, and still we are working about this because 30 laps race is very difficult for everyone, but for me it's really hard to manage the rear tire. Anyway, we will see. We try something different. I feel just a little bit better, but also important on my riding style. I'm trying to change a little riding style in the race. I don't know this one is working or not, but I will try to my best this weekend. This is not the best weekend for me, but anyway, I will fight.
Absolutely, as ever. Already halfway through nearly your first MotoGP. It's gone so fast. Hope you have a good one today, Top Rat. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to our reigning World Superbike champion. Let's put the round out the old one. I mean, looking at the pre-race, he has been under the weather so far this weekend, hasn't he? Top Rat, this was some move, was it, by Martin, to fight his way through to a very hard-earned top 6 in yesterday's sprint. Top Rat's out the ugly. Has won here previously in the Sachsenring. His one and only success in the Red Bull Rookies MotoGP Cup here back in 2014 came right here, Jim.
Of course, this afternoon, in case you haven't had enough of your fix of two-wheeled action here at the Sachsenring, they follow the MotoGP race. Jorge Martin, former champion of that category, of course, himself. Back in the day, a MotoGP World Champion once, looking to make it twice this year. He goes from the third row, promoted up to 7th on the grid by the free trade posted penalty to Frankie Morbidelli, and of course the absence of his teammate Marco Bezzecchi today. But it does feel as if Martin, if he gets anywhere near the podium, he'll have to have done something.
New experience yesterday for the 28-year-old Spaniard, because he was beaten in a sprint here on the Sachsenring for the very first time. Both his previous sprint starts on the Tama Ducati in 2023 and in 2024. He got the job done and sealed the victory. We just saw there Pecco Bagnaia, who maintained his perfect point scoring record in sprint so far this season. He is the only rider so far this campaign that scored points in all 11 sprints, with a rather disappointing 7th place for Bagnaia once again, triggered by some surreal grip issues. He's been struggling with that since the get-go here on Friday morning, and struggling with a bit of pain, I'm sure, and a few bumps and bruises, and more than a few scrapes, is Fabio Di Gianantonio, who cracks a brave smile after what was a real heavy get-up for him this morning. Multiple big barrel rolls through the gravel trap after a crash at turn 8 in the warm-up. It's been a long old 30 laps after the Italian.
Didn't appear from that page that his confidence had been dented, but must be in the mind when he gets set to head out there. Next time he comes around this Sachsenring circuit in anger, will be on the first lap of the Grand Prix, when he'll hope to be somewhere near or ahead of this man. The man they all have to chase down, Marc Marquez, who pretty much comes with the price of admission here at the Sachsenring, that you watch a Marc Marquez victory in the sprint yesterday, who's been clear as the most prolific winner in any TSO sprint since the era began back at the start of 2023. His 10th Sachsenring victory in MotoGP here this afternoon, plus including Moto2 and Moto5 successfully, will be 13 victories here at Sachsenring. A 10th MotoGP success would see him tie the record for most MotoGP wins at a single circuit.
A record which currently sits with Italian icon, Italian legend and Hall of Famer Giacomo Agostini, who is victorious 10 times at the iconic Mark track over in Finland, sporting what is an absolutely stunning tribute livery, a homage to their 2003 livery on the Brazilian Racing Squad, part of their 30-year anniversary celebrations, and that's an absolute beauty. It's so nice to see some retro liveries making a welcome comeback. 73, Bright Marquez emblazoned all over the front end there, with 74 featuring there as well as in memory of the Giracato. This is why they decided to run that special Telefonica Digital livery here this weekend at the German Grand Prix, because all the way back in 2003, I remember it very well as a journalist, a hack back in the day, Sete Gibino with a last corner move on Valentino Rossi. What a rival those two had at that stage in the MotoGP World Championship. Sete Gibino on the inside of Rossi at that final corner. It's fantastic to see that iconic movie star livery, iconic movie livery, back here once again at the Sachsenring. Although we're only going to get to see one of their GT Ducatis featuring here today.
Unfortunately, we can't say that about Fabio Di Gianantonio, despite this crash, which looked painful enough in morning warm-up. It was very lackadaisical to come to 170 before the Di Gianantonio. A bit of movement on the rear end there, which chucked all the weight over the front end. Gianantonio just along for the ride from that point on, but as you saw a moment ago, a smile on his face. Gianantonio now looks to put that behind him and focus on what's ahead. What's ahead of him are the Marquez brothers, Alex Marquez on that beautiful 2003 throwback machine livery, and of course, older brother Mark.
Third gear, 150 km/h get off that for Fabio Di Gianantonio. It was a contributing factor, the fact that, rather surprisingly, as Jack so brilliantly spotted this morning, is it the fact that he was trusting out the new revised Ducati Aero? Was that a part to play? So we go down to Jack on the grid for some thoughts.
Yeah, just to add, you speak about that brand new Aero. I've just walked past the VR46 squad. He's going to race it as well, rather interesting. For the very first time this season, Fabio Di Gianantonio opting for the 2026 Aero package. I'll, of course, put that to Pablo Nieto on the grid. Feels like a big risk when he's in victory contention. We'll see what the R46 boss has to say later on.
Brilliant work as always, thank you very much, Jack. Yeah, 8 now of Fabio Di Gianantonio's 11 sprint podiums. I've seen him depart the scene with a bronze medal. His confirmation of your penalties, a couple of them coming up in this Grand Prix. Thank you, Morbidelli, slow on line during practice, second offence, straight off the back of his first offence when he fought with an Air Bastianini over in Assen a couple of weeks ago. It's another 3-place grid penalty slapped away of the Italian. Of course, that will take Pedro Acosta this time around was his victim.
But not too pleased, and who can blame him? It's already been this weekend. If you end up in the gravel track at turn 7, it could do an awful lot of damage to you. But there's also having to check up to that one into the back of the VR46 Ducati. Fortunately, Morbidelli is getting very familiar with Simon Crowpart at the moment. The damage for Morbidelli is he drops to 10th place on the grid, and Pedro Foster actually one of the riders who benefits from that as he moves up to 8th.
And he damaged the Ducati in the sprint yesterday with Frankie Morbidelli. The only non-finisher in our 20-strong field yesterday was the Italian who crashed out early on at turn 13. As Pedro Acosta looking to stop a recent Sunday decline. In particular, no points in the last 2 Grand Prix. Of course, he had to retire halfway through the Grand Prix of the Netherlands last time out with a tunnel issue in his right arm, a tingling sensation, a bit of pain and discomfort and numbness in the right hand. He did go for immediate surgery post-Assen, successful surgery as well. As we've happy to report that there's been no issues whatsoever, no recurring problem with the carpal tunnel issue, and that helped Acosta to a couple of points yesterday in the sprint. He hoped to have been a lot higher up than 8th place over the line, but like so many KTMs, like so many riders, he said yesterday, dealing with chronic understeer, massive overheating on the left-hand side of both the front and the rear tyre. Predominantly, it's been a lack of front feel, a lack of front confidence, which has slowed Acosta this weekend.
KTM haven't got on too well with Sachsenring this weekend. It has to be said. The next KTM on the grid will be Brad Binder, who lines up in 14th place. He also suffered from massive understeer in the sprint yesterday. And Enea Bastianini coming from 15th place in the grid after narrowly missing out on the top 10 on Friday afternoon. And Maverick Vinales, the less said about his weekend, the better, both on and off the track. He starts second to the back in 19th.
Well, we saw Brazilian hero Neymar finish his World Cup career with a penalty a few weeks ago, or a couple of days ago, in the FIFA World Cup, and it's another Brazilian with a penalty to face in this upcoming German Grand Prix. Diogo Moreira, slow on line during practice. First offence for the reigning MotoGP World Champion. He was impeding Luca Marini on Friday, and that is the reason why Moreira has also been busted with 3 places on the grid.
Back to 18th place he starts this afternoon as Ayagura contemplates his Grand Prix from 5th, and how much progress realistically can he make? Ayagura doesn't think more than a place or two can be made up there. Of course, you never know what can happen. That's why we all line up on a Sunday. We don't race these Grand Prix on tape-off, but it does feel as if this is the weekend where Ducati have a clear edge over Aprilia, but a lack of fast corners for the Aprilias to really stretch their legs. Ducati locking out the front of the grid, answering Aprilia's front row lockout from Assen 2 weeks ago, when of course Aprilia then went on to lock out the Grand Prix podium. I think many are expecting Ducati to do that today.
Agura, Japan's first winner in MotoGP in 22 long years, first victor in Assen, second Makoto Tamaga at the Japanese Grand Prix in 2004. Long odds, a big ass, we feel, if there's more history to go the way of the Japanese star. No Japanese rider in history have ever won back-to-back races in the top class. Probably the first Japanese rider after back-to-back podiums in Brno and in Assen to score 3 class podiums in succession. Satoru Akawa back in 2002. Well, here's the breaking news that we brought you right at the top of the broadcast. Marco Bezzecchi, well, he jetted out very, very quickly back to Italy after his high-speed crash, 4th gear down the hill through turn 7 in Q2 yesterday. He has already undergone then successful surgery. As mentioned, the message from Aprilia and from the Bezzecchi camp is the repair job has been completed initially on that badly damaged left collarbone. They are hopeful. I'm sure they'll be confident that Marco will be back in action at the British Grand Prix at the same time. The Grand Prix he won for the first time in Aprilia last year after Fabio Pettinaro's ride height device went kaput on the factory Yamaha. So at least for a 3 to 4 week buffer now, as they to rest up and recuperate, and in many respects really best to reset after what has been a real brutal tough run into the summer break.
Yes, very wise comments from his team manager Paolo Bonora yesterday when he spoke to Jack ahead of the sprint, just trying to remind Marco that you are still the same Marco that won the Italian Grand Prix and won the first 3 Grand Prix of the season without so much as being behind someone for a single lap at the first. Challenge Jorge Martin with an open goal to extend what is currently an 11-point advantage over his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. But if the riders all finish where they did in the sprint yesterday, which is far from certain, that Bezzecchi would actually drop all the way down to 5th, the World Championship. A Marquez victory, a Gian Antonio podium, and an Ayagura 4th place would see them all leapfrog Marco Bezzecchi.
That unrestrained fully lineup now featuring just Agura, Fernandez and Chapter the bar team. They'll try and do something that no other Prix rider has managed in German Grand Prix history here. The Sachsenring, we've never had an RSGP finish on a Sunday podium. Aloysius Spargo's 4th place here 4 years ago back in 2022. The closest the Achille has come to troubling the pace race Prosecco here. Big RSGP for it is certainly to run Marquez close over 34 laps. And now the perfect start from our revised grid yesterday. Of course, it was the first time in that 15-lap sprint which we saw the extra spacing between rows on the grid. So mixed view from the MotoGP riders. Some said, yeah, clearly added to the safety aspect. The wider margins gave them a bit more space, a bit more margin for error on the short run, on the break from the third corner. Most of the riders, I think, to good comments, so said that it's the kind of difference, really. They didn't really have any kind of impact on their charge to turn 1.
Yeah, of course, it's the nature of top-level motorsport that you always trying to find that ideal, perfect balance between risk, speed and safety. It's an ongoing battle with every year of Grand Prix racing. But that goes past Fabio Quartararo, then heading through for a second exciting lap on his factory Yamaha. He lines up in 6th place on the grid. In terms of tyres for this upcoming German Grand Prix, every rider, with the exception of Quartararo's teammate Alex Rins yesterday, raced the hard front soft rear combination. Rins raced the medium rear, which we do expect everybody to do the cross to for this afternoon's 13th lap German Grand Prix.
How can it be that it was 4 years ago to this weekend Fabio Quartararo and Yamaha were victorious in the MotoGP World Championship? That is the solid stat though, which Quartararo and the Iwata factory are still carrying around their neck. It's proving to be something of a heavy burden for the Iwata factory. It's really slumped to the bottom of the order in terms of the constructor standings. Quartararo could at least score his first sprint points yesterday since his home Grand Prix in Le Mans. And when you look, it is now 82. This will be the 83rd Grand Prix since the Sachsenring in 2022. As Fabio Quartararo, who's departing Yamaha at the end of the season, stood on the top step of the podium. That has not been an issue for this rider on screens, has it? At all. Marc Marquez victorious 75 times in his MotoGP career. 9 wins in MotoGP. I mean, Marc Marquez has had more MotoGP wins here at the Sachsenring alone than some riders have had in their entire MotoGP career. That just shows how strong Marc has been. The Fabio Quartararo case in point, 11 MotoGP victories. Marc had his 10th here to date this afternoon at the Sachsenring. He's the only rider that ran the medium rear tyre yesterday, which might give him a little bit of experience and crucial data ahead of this battle. Back to Yamaha star Alex Rins.
Yeah, great to be joined by Alex. As you rightly say, some valuable data with the medium rear yesterday. Just talk us through your thoughts ahead of this 30-lap race.
Well, yes, we with the medium yesterday to have a bit of information because we are struggling quite a lot with the degradation of the tires. The medium 43, so not to have some information. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a really long race. We are ready. We will try to manage the rear steam and exciting race. Look, have fun. Thank you.
Thanks to Alex Rins. 10th place over Ronnie was in Aston a couple of weeks ago. That was his best finishing 13 since he was 7th over the line in Phillip Island. I reckon we've seen both factory Yamahas finish inside the top 10 together in recent history. Frankie Holiday then. A comfortably good is 4th place grid penalty. At least he's made the start of this year's German Grand Prix last year. It was a real big get-up he had at turn 8 with forced out his teammate Fabio Antonio this morning's ball from that wet sprint last year. Frankie Holiday had a real proper washing machine tumbling. He was unfortunately sidelined through the Grand Prix through injury.
Two Sunday top 10 so far this year. Frankie Morbidelli will be in to add a third today. There's your front row of the grid then. It's Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez for Fabio Gian Antonio. And as expected, they have gone up a step in the rear tyre from soft to medium for this Grand Prix. Ralph Fernandez, Igor and Fabio Quartararo, your second row of the grid. Quartararo starts sixth. While you look at the grid, let's head down to the grid to hear from the rider that does start fifth. It's Igor the Jack.
Yeah, you can see there the man in the middle of the second row of the grid, Aguirre, fourth yesterday in the sprint, a great ride, pushing those Ducatis as far as he possibly could. Just give us your thoughts ahead of this one though. 30 laps, I feel like it's going to be a long one for everyone.
Yeah, this is going to be a long race. I mean, the race is going to be, I think it's really similar to yesterday. Instead, three guys pushing for me yesterday. Let's see what medium rear can give us.
Have a good one. The free weekend idea said he'd be happy to depart the Sachsenring with a couple of top six finishes, so that's half of the mission accomplished so far. He's 23 points behind Jorge Martin at the top of the World Championship, so mathematically it's possible that he could, depending on what happens, leave the Sachsenring circuit as the World Championship leader, which would be so much for a winner because it's 51 years ago since the Japanese rider led the MotoGP World Championship. Hideo Kanaya was on top of the standings after the 1975 Coinstein German Grand Prix at Hockenheim. It's a big ask for Aguirre to head to Silverstone as the series leader, but he's hit it a few times in MotoGP, never say never. But it sounds like Lewis is expecting the story to unfold similar to yesterday. It might be in the mix for that sort of top six again, but potentially not having too much to threaten those three dominant Ducatis.
The Ducatis are simply faster, it appears, this weekend. Marc Marquez said today it has to be Ducati day as they look to take advantage whilst the Coolio perhaps slightly weaker. Here is a graphic demonstration then of how the grid looks, how different it looks from last time out in Assen, where of course they took a step already to increase safety at start of the GP races by removing the whole shot devices. They have now added a meter between each grid slot on each row, which in turn therefore means a 3-meter difference from one row to the next than we've had in the past, all in the efforts to improve safety at the start of the
A Foster then fighting back to full fitness after his recent double tunnel surgery.